Visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in the Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Port Harcourt-based activist proposes rent control bill to curb rising housing costs in River State. RSU launches drug integrity test to tackle substance abuse on campus. On the foreign scene, Zambia takes custody of remains of former President Edgar Lungu amid burial dispute. Details shortly. A Port Harcourt-based human rights activist and legal research expert, John Ihwa, has proposed a legislative bill to River State House of Assembly seeking the establishment of a rent control authority and a legal framework to regulate house rent increase in the state. In an interview with Today FM's Uchendo Ijowo, Ihwa said the proposed legislation aims to curb excessive rent increases, protect tenants from exploitation, and create a structured dispute resolution mechanism for rental matters. According to Ihwa, who explained that the initiative was driven by growing hardship faced by residents due to what he described as alarming and unregulated increases in house rent across River State. The bill seeks to introduce fairness and predictability in rental transactions while providing legal safeguards for both landlords and tenants. Ihwa defined excessive rent increase as any increment exceeding 15 to 20% of the existing annual rent within a 12-month period, except where otherwise approved under the proposed law, proposing that any rent review should only be justified by factors such as substantial renovation, structural improvement, or verified economic considerations approved by the proposed rent control authority.
Over the years, there has been a persistent and unjustifiable escalations in renting charged by landlord and property agents, often without a corresponding improvement in the housing conditions and infrastructures. These situations has placed an unbearable burden on low and middle income earners, thereby worsening the already challenging economic realities faced by citizens. It is against this backdrop that I humbly present to River State House of Assembly for consideration a proposed bill for a law to control excessive house rent and establish a body known as Rent Control Authority.
He further recommended that rent increments should not occur within a period of less than 3 years, arguing that frequent increases place an unbearable burden on low and middle income earners and worsen prevailing economic challenges. The activist urged lawmakers to give the bill urgent attention, stressing that it's necessary in the interest of justice, equity, and social welfare.
The objective of this bill includes regulating arbitrary and excessive increase in house rents, providing a legal framework for fair and reasonable rent review, protecting tenants from exploitation and unlawful eviction, promoting transparency and accountability in landlord and tenant relationship, establish a mechanism for dispute resolution between landlord and tenant. This proposed legislation, if enacted, will go a long way in restoring sanity, fairness, and balance in the housing sector, while safeguarding the fundamental rights and dignity of residents of River State.
Today FM's correspondent reports that the proposed law would also help prevent arbitrary rent increases, protect tenants from unlawful eviction, and establish a transparent framework for resolving disputes between landlords and tenants. The River State University has officially flagged off its student drug integrity test as part of efforts to promote a drug-free campus. The initiative, organized by the institution's Health Services Department in collaboration with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. Speaking during the ceremony held at the University Amphitheatre, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Isaac Zeb Opibi, emphasized the institution's commitment to maintaining discipline and safeguarding students' health through proactive measures against drug abuse. Professor Zeb Opibi also cited data showing widespread drug use among Nigerian youths, noting that the institution has strengthened its anti-drug framework by expanding its anti-drug abuse committee, training staff in rehabilitation management with support from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and procuring test kits to identify and address suspected cases. In his remarks, the NDLEA State Commander in River State, Bature Yakubu Dawa, who commended the university for the initiative, stressed that early detection and prevention are key to tackling substance abuse among young people and encouraged students to embrace the program, assuring them that all testing processes will be conducted professionally and strict with confidentiality. Also speaking, the chairman of the university's anti-drug abuse committee, Anele Promise, described the policy as a scientific and supportive approach rather than a punitive measure. Today FM's Otunakachi Celestine reports that the event also featured the induction of selected students as drug-free ambassadors who are expected to lead awareness campaigns and encourage their peers to stay away from illicit substances and free drug integrity tests conducted for students during the program. Some students in Rivers State have called on both federal and state lawmakers to intervene in the rising cost of internet data, lamenting that expensive and rapidly depleting subscriptions are placing heavy financial pressure on them. The students who spoke to the FM's Olawale Sanusi expressed frustration over what they described as exploitative practices by network providers, noting that data plans are not only costly but also do not last as advertised. They called on telecommunications companies to improve transparency by allowing users to clearly track how their data is consumed, while urging regulators to ensure that service quality matches the prices being charged. The students further explained that the high cost of data is forcing them to make difficult financial choices, including diverting money meant for feeding and other basic needs towards internet subscriptions required for academic work. They also appealed to tertiary institutions to provide free or subsidized Wi-Fi on campuses to ease the burden on students, especially amid prevailing economic challenges. The students therefore urged Nigerian lawmakers to introduce policies that would regulate data pricing and protect consumers from what they described as unfair practices by telecommunications companies.
As a student, I'm supposed to be spending the kind of amount I spend on data. Okay, for example, when I'm buying 4 gig for 1-2, and they're saying 2 days, but it doesn't get up to 2 days. Highest maximum 6 hours, it's gone. When I check my data expenses for a month, it's really up to 37,000 as a student. And I think the lawmakers should do something because these companies are yet to make money. For sure, they're extorting us, and it's too much. Data is draining. You want to buy food, you use the money and go and buy data. Official places, they don't have free Wi-Fi in our school. Like, I will have assignments, PDFs to download, documents to. Everything is revolving around data. This preparing sending money for allowance or for upkeep, and mostly data is taking up almost all part of the money.
Residents of Rumagolu community in Nobiakpo local government area of Rivers State have accused the former caretaker committee chairman Chijioke Ihunwo of attempting to forcibly take over their land despite multiple court rulings in their favor. The people during a media briefing called on the Inspector General of Police, the Director of State Service, and other security agencies to investigate Ihunwo's alleged actions and ensure he is prosecuted over the disputed land known as Ohia Omududoro Eliwelibo in Minimba. Speaking on behalf of the community, Eze Risioka of Rumokoro, Chief Chinedu Amadi, who also serves as spokesperson for the Rumagolu Community Council of Chiefs, alleged that Ihunwo used his former position to lawfully seize the land, which he described as the community's inheritance. Amadi, who stated that the community had earlier secured victory at the Supreme Court and later obtained a favorable judgment from the River State High Court in 2019, presided over by Boma Diepiri, added that the ruling was upheld in 2025 by the Court of Appeal in a decision delivered by a 3-member panel led by Justice Muhammad Ibrahim Sirajo.
Because it is surprising that the land grabbers led by the former caretaker chairman Chijioke Ihunwo, who is not part of Rumagolu community, neither from Elepopodu, has grabbed almost all the lands belonging to Rumagolu community, despite all the land judgment and the judgment of the Supreme Court, which was won by Rumagolu community against Rumodomaya in 1961. This land in particular is called Eliwelibo or Modudoro, which the Supreme Court has given title to Rumagolu community.
The community further alleged that Ihunwo, who is not an indigene of Rumagolu or any neighboring community, sold portions of the land to developers in collaboration with suspected land grabbers, allegedly disregarding subsistent court judgments. Amadi emphasized the need for a thorough investigation of Ihunwo and his alleged associates, warning that he should be held accountable if any harm comes to members of the community, whom he claimed may be at risk for speaking out.
Arrest him, investigate him, and possibly charge him to court for the flagrant disobedience of court order. We also want to call the sister security agencies, the DSS, the Nigerian Army, the Civil Defense, and so much of them, that Chijioke Ihunwo has become a syndicate. We are calling on the River State Commissioner of Police that anything that happens to any Rumagolu son, daughter, In cause of this, Chijoke Ihuo should be held responsible because he has threatened that blood will flow, head will roll.
Meanwhile, efforts to reach Ihuo for comment were unsuccessful as he did not respond to calls from Today FM correspondents at the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, the chairman of Obiakpo local government area, Gift Walu, has ordered the immediate demolition of the fence of Victory Estate located at Rumosi Obrikure flyover, citing alleged defiance of lawful directives in an ongoing land dispute. Walu stated that the individual behind the property continued construction despite an earlier directive from the House of Representatives instructing all parties involved in the alleged land grabbing matter to maintain status quo pending further resolution. He accused the developer of repeatedly flouting the law, describing them as notorious for disregarding legal orders, emphasizing that the local government will no longer stand by while individuals allegedly seize land unlawfully within the area.
Now, the House of Reps Committee of Public Petitions had ordered before now that no further activity should happen in this place and other places around our local government land on the issue of land grabbing. But because these people are not law-abiding, because they are lawbreakers, because they are criminals, they have continued to do things to provoke not only me, but all of us. So this morning, we have come to lay to rest this issue once and for all. Before now, it is as if we are the ones crying, we are the ones complaining, we are the ones petitioning. Now, we are going to pull down these fences and then let them report us to wherever.
Speaking at the site, Walu warned that similar enforcement actions would be taken against other suspected land grabbers across Obiakpo as part of efforts to uphold the rule of law and protect community lands.
Over time, our people have become, I don't know what to say. You sell your land to one person, you sell it to another, and to another. You connive with land grabbers to kill your brothers and sisters and take over their property. Anybody who is involved in that, whether you are here or not, and no matter how powerful you think you may be, we are saying as a people that enough is enough. If you have issues with land, whether you think that somebody has taken your land or somebody has accused you of taking their land, we have a committee in the local government headed by my friend Chief Alex Wele. You can bring your matter up there.
Today FM's producer reports officials of the local government task force have begun pulling down the disputed fence in compliance with the chairman's directive. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The leadership of a social cultural organization, Ogbako Ozuzu, in a local government area of Rivers State, have pledged to restore peace and foster unity within the community. The President General of the organization, Samson Ameli, made the commitment shortly after his inauguration at Obiri Ozuzu, following several years of leadership vacuum in the community. He told Today FM's Magnus Nwawa that within the next 100 days in office, Ozuzu would witness unprecedented development and peaceful coexistence.
And you know, there will never be development in an atmosphere of rancor and acrimony. The first thing we are going to achieve, we should achieve in the next 100 days, is to galvanize the unity of Ozuzu. Make Ozuzu a peaceful place for people to stay. And the security of life and property has always been the watchword of every responsible government. It's ready to achieve within the next 100 days. Protect lives and properties of Ozuzu as possible.
In the meantime, an indigenous and key stakeholder in Ozuzu, Professor Samuel Ameli, advised the new executive to work diligently towards restoring the community's past glory. As Nigeria joins the rest of the world to mark Earth Day 2026, a lecturer in the Department of Environmental Management at Rivers State University, Perry, Tamuno Owunari, has called for the full implementation of policies aimed at tackling the country's worsening environmental challenges. Speaking in an interview to the FM's Odunakachi Celestine, Tamuno Owunari expressed concern over severe environmental degradation caused by frequent oil spills, persistent gas flaring, water pollution, deforestation, and poor waste management practices. She warns that if these issues are not urgently addressed, they could result in long-term health risk and other consequences that threaten the well-being and livelihoods of affected communities.
For us in Rivers State, the message is particularly critical. Our state, which is rich in natural resources, continues to face serious environmental challenges such as oil spill, gas flaring, water pollution, deforestation, and poor waste management. These issues not only degrade our ecosystem but also threaten public health, livelihoods, and future generations. Implications for the people of Rivers State. These include public health risks because contaminated air and water contribute to respiratory diseases, skin diseases, and other long-term health implications.
Terminal Wunari also noted that this year's Earth Day theme, Our Power, Our Planet, highlights the urgent need for sustainable action, collective responsibility, and environmental justice in the global effort to protect the planet. On the foreign scene, Zambian government has taken custody of the remains of former President Edgar Lungu, escalating a dispute with his family over funeral arrangement. Lungu, who died last June in South Africa while receiving treatment, has been at the center of a standoff between relatives seeking a private burial and authorities insisting on a state funeral. Zambia's Attorney General confirmed his body was removed from a funeral home in Pretoria, despite the family's claim of a court order directing otherwise. The disagreement reflects lingering political tensions between Lungu and his successor, Hakainde Hichilema. The family maintains that one of Lungu's final wishes was for Hichilema not to be involved in his funeral, while the government has pushed for official rights in Zambia following the South African court ruling supporting repatriation. Lungu governed Zambia from 2015 to 2021 before losing power to Hichilema in a landslide election. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. A Port Harcourt-based activist, John Ihwa, has proposed rent control bill to curb rising housing costs in River State. We told you that the River State University has launched its drug integrity test to tackle substance abuse on campus. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Zambia has received the remains of former President Edgar Lungu amid burial dispute. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-838-92850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
trendybeats.com.
Praise the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
All right, very good evening to you, and to me, and to Miracle, and to everybody listening to us right now. Welcome to What's on Your Mind. My name is Rona Agbara.
My name is Miracle Emmanuel.
Well,
it's such a cold Thursday.
You're cold?
Yes, you're not cold because you're not wearing.
I'm not wearing any.
And now that's why you're not cold now. But it rained now.
Well, maybe
It's
my mind
cold.
is hot,
It's
so all of my body is hot. My mind is hot, so everything is just hot. What's on my mind? What's on your mind? What's on, if you're just listening, if you just tuned in, this What's on Your Mind, the show where you call in to say what's on your mind exactly as it is. If you've been locked in, thank you so much. And this is What's on Your Mind, where you call in to also tell us what's on your mind. So whatever it is, religious, family, financial, health, societal issues, whatever that's going on your mind right now is the time to call in and share. I mean, you have this platform, right, to call in and tell us what exactly is on your mind. So let's get right into it. No wasting time. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to tell us exactly what is going on your mind. Now, let's understand that it's not eyewitness reports, so there's a difference. What's on your mind is the thing that you're thinking about, or you've been thinking about, or you've had, or you're pondering on all day, right? Eyewitness report is eyewitness report. So let's get right into it. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please. All right, that call dropped. Please do well to redial. And do not forget that you can send a text message, you can send a WhatsApp message, you can send a voice note. Miracle will be there to handle all of that.
You can send them to 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. Please keep your voice notes between 1 minute, please.
Yeah, just
60 seconds.
Exactly.
Right?
Just go straight to what's on your mind. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, welcome.
This is a boy. I'm calling from Ramos.
All right, go on, please. What's on your mind?
As I was on my mind, I saw something. This is when I was driving past the flyover at Rumosi. This Rumeke flyover. I saw some well-meaning Nigerians who are trying to make life easy for particularly those driving. In fact, I think I don't know their name, but they were all in first of FRS. I know usually those are not workers, but like a group of people who do that once in a while. So if you drive around Port Harcourt, you can see them. So I commend them. But what got my attention was, while they were there was no traffic on the road. And I could see one of these policewomen who aim from telling people where you're not supposed to turn, park where you're not supposed to park. You could see the displeasure and dissatisfaction on her face. She was just standing there and you could see anger if you look at it. So I don't know where we are going to with these kind of things. When people who are well-meaning have shut down their evening just to make easy for commuters, then those who are supposed to be enforcers of the law, enforcers of the law are the ones flouting. But may God help us.
All right, thank you. This your what's on your mind talk now. It's almost like eyewitness report,
yeah.
Because you saw it happening on the road and you witnessed it, so it's more like eyewitness report than actually what's on your mind. But maybe the part where you said what's on your mind is the officials are supposed to do that, the one flouting it, right? Okay, let's take that as your thoughts.
What's actually on your mind?
Yes, on it. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, my sister in the radio house.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yes, I'm Chigozi from Oto Clan.
All right, go on, please.
Yes, what is my mind is this. I want to use this medium to beg the honorable chairman of Emma local government led by Dr. Chief Lloyd to do the needful for people of Emma local government at large. And I'm begging him in the name of God Almighty, the chairman, do the needful for people of Emma local government. We don't have light in Emma local government. By Monday now, school have already resumed fully. Our children can fetch water to go to school on daily basis. Give us light so that people of everyone can live a better life. Because nobody can live life without water. Please, chairman, give us light. Local government. My sister, thank you. This is my.
All right, thank you.
Mind.
That's what's on your mind. All right, got it. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
Rona, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Rona. When I listened to this morning, It talks about some health experts talking about the bin,
Yeah.
the dead flying all over Port Harcourt, as if we are using it as a national flag. You drive almost of Port Harcourt or roads of Port Harcourt, you see it everywhere. In front of your office, I'm sure you see it as you drive in there and come out. All that Rumosi, East-West Road and all that. And the experts have told us that it will constitute nuisance, health hazard to the people of Rivers State. Those politicians that have their agents who calls on radio to tell you how they are doing well, I'm sure they are hearing us. Could they please also tell them that the street is getting too hard with death and that it constitutes a health nuisance hazard to the people in the state? How long shall we live with this garbage all over Port Harcourt? Don't we have governance again? That is what is in my mind.
All right. Thank you for calling me. And for the debts, they've already started work. They have.
Yeah,
you know,
they
the governments gave
They
out.
started packing
Yeah, they
dough.
have. The government already gave out some trucks.
Didn't you see
And you
the
know,
front of the
because
office
of the
today?
heap of
No,
debt
didn't
we
you see
have.
at Rumosi today? Are they still not at Rumosi?
Okay, I haven't
They've
been to
started.
Rumosi
It's
right now,
actually
though.
slow, but they've started. Around
but
Chuba
they
today,
have
they've
not
already
cleared that
started
one.
work around there.
All right, we want to thank them for starting.
Yeah,
But let
let's
them
see that to
continue.
get better.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Chinke Daniel Magation on Sakukwa Western Abia State.
All right, go
What's
on.
on my mind is I'm not happy hearing that this our present government wants to borrow more money. And I want to ask two people as journalists, make our friends ask if they can hear, ask questions. All the money they made during this U.S.-Iran-Israel war, benchmark of crude oil was $50 to $60 per barrel. And they sold $100 and something dollars per barrel.
So in essence, you mean?
Let them explain to us what they use the money for.
Okay.
And now going to borrow again.
All right.
Oil subsidy is gone. What are they doing with the money?
Okay.
Do they think we are fools?
All right, thank you. The question you're asking is for us to direct you to them and get answers, right? Okay. Hello, good evening.
We'll do our best.
We'll do our best. Good
Good
evening.
evening.
All right, go on, please.
What is in my mind? And I'm just sitting down and thinking about this my state, River State. For 4 years, we did not see any tangible project because of godfatherism. And when I stay now for other stations, I'm hearing people are supporting that somebody will nominate another person again. Are they thinking? So for another 4 years again, we will still deal like this because for past 8 years, we will not have any company, any employment, anything. When you finish school, they'll be in their house supporting some politicians, go to stadium and collect 2,000 naira. Is that how the state will be? Why are we like this, reverse people? That is what is my mind now.
All right. Okay. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Go on, please.
This is OJB from Roma.
All right.
I think what's on my mind is one of your earlier callers just mentioned something related. When they go around the state of Port Harcourt, so you see there's something happening, I wouldn't doubt that. You see the deaths everywhere, littered. Then you know what's on my mind? I remember that portion in the Bible when evil spirit was casted away. Then the evil spirit was asking where they shouldn't. It's like the evil spirit of death have been casted away in Abba, and the thing has come to Port Harcourt. So what do you think? Have a nice evening, man.
All right, so what do I think? All right, hello, good evening.
Yeah. Evening, Rona.
Yes, please.
And the miracle they talk.
Go on.
Yeah, my name is Jim. I'm calling from here. Next week, Monday, we make it 1 week that the school will open.
Please help me pay Commissioner of Education to do something towards education. Teachers don't have a marker, don't have a chalkboard. We need educational materials. Please, let's help us. Dr. Peters, please do something towards education.
Okay. All right. All right. Valid. Okay. Hello, good evening. Hello, please, can you speak up? Yeah, good evening. Welcome.
Yes, God bless you, my beloved sister.
Bless you too.
My name is Irene Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abuja in Emago, Buckland. You know what is on my mind, my beloved
Tell
sister?
me.
Is the way Nigerian government are going concerning this loan of a thing. It worries me a lot. How are we going to pay all this loan, my beloved sister? If is it that, because where I come from Rivers State, the last time I checked, the executive governor led by Semelai Fubara, I tried to search. I've not heard him go for anything called that he wants to go collect loans. And the worst part is that that young man is still doing his job appropriately. So this one that my president is going for loan that way, over my beloved sister, me I'm beginning to get worried though. Because the last time I checked, he said most of this loan that he's collecting, he has been giving it to state and local government. And the local government where I come from, my beloved sister, as I talk to you, my clan have not been without light. My clan has not been without no good health care. My clan has not been without good roads. My clan have no good accessible water. No hospital, no police station. All this money that they are borrowing, where is the money? What are they using all this money to do? My beloved sister, I ask again. Yeah? And the worst part is that the president told me that this money has been going from local government because the last time I checked, the money that has been coming to state, the governor led by Semelai Fubara, he has been using those money. The Trans-Calabari Road is still ongoing. From Omok to it's ongoing. Different project that the governor is involved in. It's ongoing.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, valid. Your point is valid. All right, thank you.
That's my case. My name remains Serena Sampson.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good evening. Hey.
Hello, good evening.
This I can hear enjoyment sound where you are.
We need to jubilate and celebrate now, despite the way the country is.
Yeah, I need to make yourself happy, Sha.
Hello, good evening. This is Akoniche calling from Patakol.
All right, go on. What's on your mind?
I want to comment on, which is what is in my mind, concerning our president that said that those people that has not seen his progress should go and buy Google. They should go and buy Google, or he will give us Google, or he will give us his own. It looks like our president, his Google is AI. We need to confirm that is Google. Maybe when he put on his Google, he's 50.
You need to buy your own now.
When he put on his Google,
buy your own now.
You see development.
Buy your
own. So maybe we need to checkmate his Google to see if his Google is AI and to see how it is. Okay. Because now we have Google of AI and Google of electronic microscope that see development. So
all right, thank you.
Remove that Google so that he will see well.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good evening.
Can you hear me?
Very well, can hear you. Welcome.
Yes, good evening. My name is Obina. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on, Obina.
I'm interested to talk about the process in my mind, seriously.
All right, go on.
The insecurity. What happened in the local government, and they have not released the kidnap, the Ospak commander, and the governor have not made any statement, which I'm against. And people in part of Oyibo and Elene have come out to say they are expressing such a thing too. So I don't know who is in charge now. The local government chairman and they say the big meeting. This is not about 27. So what is the solution? Nobody's saying anything. I think people have to form their own vigilant group and secure themselves. Okay. Because if you leave these people, they will take over. You understand?
All right. Thank you. A few more minutes and then we'll wrap up. Hello, good evening. Please move away from your listening device.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes. My name is
Uncle B, calling from Romolumini.
Okay, go on, please.
Okay, what is in my mind? What is in my mind as I speak to you now? I feel that our governor will come to the help of people of Romolumini. Eagle Cement Road. Very, very bad. The place is terrible. Leg cannot even pass. The place is bad. I want to beg the governor, if the governor will come and help people of Romolumini, especially the residents of that Eagle Cement Road. My sister, it may interest you to know that the contractor is there doing work. The Lubris is there doing this Trans-Calabari Road, Port Harcourt Ring Road. It's not much deal for governor to say, I carry a trip of hard call, or just go and repair that particular section of passport in that road. So we are not smiling. We that are staying at Eagle Cement, we know the strength of our vote. We are not smiling. Please, that is what I have in my mind.
All right,
this evening.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's do some messages. And, we have a commercial by 6:50, so we might not be able to take more calls, but let's just do messages and
we have
wrap
a
it up
voice note. We
soon.
might just be able to squeeze
Just that one in. All right.
Ken Billions, please, if you can hear us, your voice notes are always having issues. There's usually a crack in between, so I couldn't hear anything you said. If you can, though we don't have time again, you can send. Greetings to you. I'm Samuel texting from GRA. What's on my mind is that I want to ask if we still have a governor in the States. Because I know if you remember when last I hear him talk on air for real. This is silence is now getting loud. Though. We have a governor, all right, and he's still very active. All right, let's see. Okay, there's one on WhatsApp. What's on my mind is the fact that INEC office in Omuma local government area was relocated from its main office into the council secretariat since 2022 up until today. The last election, the party in charge in the area, led by Honorable Kelechi Nwogu, used the council security to restrict known opposition members from accessing the office. I'm calling on all opposition parties to ensure that the office is relocated out of the council secretariat. Prince Dominic. All right. Good evening, beautiful presenters. What's on my mind is about the repeated killing of our young girls by Yahoo boys through ritual means. Girls should be very careful of Yahoo boys because they are hunting them like animals these days. I call on the government to do something about the increase of Yahoo boys activities in our society. That's the work of EFCC. Government. That's the work of the EFCC. All right, that's Dr. Prince Nelson. All right, very valid. Thank you for sending this in. And for our young girls, of course, we have to be careful.
I'm very careful. Can we play that voice note or it has issues?
All right, no, this other one doesn't.
Okay.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio.
All right, thank you again. We have guests from Dr. Vigo. Biotechnology, did I get that correct?
Yes.
Welcome, sirs.
Good morning, everyone.
For the benefit of those listening, please list your name and what Dr. Vigo does.
Okay, my name is Apostle Dr. Clinton Wisdom, and I'm here with Ambassador
David.
Ambassador David.
All right. So tell us what you do at Dr. Vigo.
Okay, my listeners, I believe this is not your first time of hearing the voice on radio. The reason is because our people say when you discover a good opportunity, you bring it home, and that's why we are here again. Yesterday, we were also on a live broadcast discussing about Dr. Vigo and the good things we brought to Nigeria and Africa at large. You know, so many persons believe that they can eat anything and defecate. Some people said the stomach does not know what enters there. You know, you can eat anything, you know. But then, I keep on telling people that you are what you eat. So it's either you eat your food as medicine, that is eating healthy, or you eat medicine as food. There are so many families that before they sleep every night, they have to take medicines. And I can tell you that most of these medicines they are consuming, the preservations they use for them normally affect your health at old age. You will take them and get relief, but then there's no permanent cure from those kind of medicines. Now, sometime last year we got a call from a Chinese company that is Dr. Vigo. Now, when this call came in, we have to travel to a place called Shenzhen in China to confirm the existence and authenticity of this company. We discovered from this trip that this company have their factory that produces their products. The factory that produces all these products, and they are produced from plant and animal natural extracts, no chemicals. All right. So, and now when we came back to Nigeria, we began to give people these products to use because seeing, they say, is believing. Now, one of the things that caught my attention is that these products are produced organically. Most of you have been hearing about human body regeneration and restorative science. It's a new science that said that everything in the body can be regenerated. Yes, no matter the challenge, no matter the ailment, there is a solution to it. And people that understand this science are living a healthy lifestyle because under this science we have anti-aging. If you have heard about nicotinamide mononucleotide, Dr. Vigo produces nicotinamide mononucleotide. And as I'm talking to you, you don't need to go to China. They are here in Nigeria with us. And that is why we are calling for a program for people to come and join us in our conference that is coming up tomorrow. We'll be giving you the venue and time of this conference because in this conference, we'll be sharing with you some of these health products that we brought all the way from China. Now guess what? You'll be testing some of them. We'll be giving us some of them free. Just mention the ailment. There is permanent solution to it organically. Now, when I talk about the human body regeneration and restorative science, the nicotinamide mononucleotide have the ability to regenerate all the dead cells in the body system. And guess what? The body is full of cells, from the eye to other internal organs. All right, so if there's anything that can regenerate the cells of the body system, my dear, the person will have the ability to keep you every day young and you'll be fit all the time. So we'll be sharing with you some of these products, organic products that we brought all the way from China. We'll also be playing the Chinese video, the trip video for you to see, because seeing is believing. So we don't just make mouths. We're telling you practical what we have experienced. All right. So and this meeting too, there was going to be a free medical checkup. Yes, checking the full body system from the brain cells down to your toe. That is, the 5 main organs of the body system will be in check: the liver cells, the kidney, the spleen, the lungs, and the heart. Many of you don't have time to go for checkup or to know your health status. The Chinese doctor said the African man only go to hospital when there is emergency. And if you check it, it's true. Most person, you cannot just walk into a hospital and say, I want to check my body system, unless when they carry emergency. Wow. So don't wait until that time. In this program, you have opportunity to know your health status. You also have opportunity to have access to this health product without paying money. Then we now share with you, because as a new company coming into Nigeria, they are looking for partners. So if you're a businessman, you want to partner with a company, or you're a doctor listening to me, or a nurse, you want to have these health products in your pharmacy, in your hospital, and the rest, please don't miss to attend this program, because all the products are 100% NAFDAC certified. We are FDA certified. We are GMP certified. We are halal certified. So you don't have any problem at all. All right. So we'll be sharing with you the venue, the time, and the numbers to call in case you want to attend this program. Thank you very much.
Okay. So where is it happening?
At number 70 Bolu Road, opposite Jehovah Witness.
Number 17 Old Road, opposite Jehovah Witness. You can get this from Ruma Hollow. Everybody, you know Rumokoro. So when you get to Rumokoro, Ruma Hollow Road, just drives down, then ask of number 17 Bolu Road, opposite Jehovah Witness. Then you can equally call the following number.
What are the numbers to call?
Okay, 070 65 66 0860 or 090 41 37 5867. Call again. 070
okay
65 66 0860 or 090 41 37 5867. Thank you.
All right. So what time is it?
Okay, the time is we'll be having 2 sections tomorrow. The first session is 11 in the morning, and the second session is 1:30 in the afternoon. So if you miss the morning on, you try to be with us in the afternoon. Please, you get the number again so that you can, in case you want to get the venue. You want to get the directions to the venue, please call the following number.
070 65 66 0860 090 41 37 58 67.
Okay. The session is free. Attendance is free.
Yes, attendance is free because the program have already been paid for. All right, it's supposed to, at least on the norm, the last program we did, people paid 30,000 to be in the hall, but this one have already been paid for. So just come in expectant, come loaded, come with your writing material, because your brain might not jot all. God bless you all.
So your products are NAFDAC certified?
Yes, 100% NAFDAC certified. We are GMP certified. We also we are FDA certified and halal certified. So it's a full loaded program for you. So anywhere you are, rush to this very program. Whether you're a physician, you're a medical worker, or you're a businessman, no matter your profession, you are welcome. Remember, health is wealth.
So let's recap. Dr. Vigo, you're into?
Yes, Dr. Vigo is a bioscience company into health product production. Now, we have different departments. We have the health aspect, we have the orthopedic aspect, we have the gynecological aspect, we have the household use items, and so many of them. So, and these products are produced from plant and natural animal natural extract. All right, so it's not as if there is a chemical combination on them. So this is one of the things that caught my attention. All right, so you can come and experience. Our people said, what you wear in your hand, you don't need mirror to watch. So you don't need mirror to watch this. Just come and be part of this conference. Remember, the entrance is free. Just come expectant. There will be a lot of things you are going to benefit. One of them is, like I said earlier, free medical checkup. Another one is free medicines to some few persons that came on time. Then another one is you're gonna have a free gift. All right, these are these are things that you're gonna benefit. Then also for people that will come on time, there will be a free medical sensitization. That is free consultation and also free teachings on the foods to eat and some things to avoid. Because believe me, in a certain age, there's some food you need to avoid. Yes. So these are some of the things you benefit in the program tomorrow.
The phone numbers for participation.
Okay. 070 65
Need to slow down.
070 65 66 0860.
Okay, one more time.
070 65 66 0860. Second number.
Okay.
090 41 37 58 67. Thank you.
Can you take the second number again?
090 41 37 58 67.
All right. Thank you, sir, for making the time to be here.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Presenter, please, they should tell Kala the police people here in Rumola are making motorists difficult to pass. You close from work in the morning, in the evening, you can't have access to pass through this Rumola. The police are busy making hell of money from those taxi people. I don't know what is happening. Every day before you find a place to pass, the whole keke bus will block the roads. But the police are less concerned, doing anything they like, collecting, busy making money, not doing anything. Please, the DPO should wake up and come and see what is happening in Rumola. You find you cannot pass because of what? Because of the money they are collecting. They allow the taxis to park on the road.
All right. Okay. Noted. We'll do that. All right. We'll call the attention to that part. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening. This is Onowu from Emeka.
All right, Onowu. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah. I want to talk about the police first. Just the way that spoke now. Because we will continue to speak until we see a good Nigerian police force that is ready to protect life and property. Now, if you are going to Imo State now, we don't know if we should be afraid of Nigeria police or we should be afraid of kidnappers. Because we cannot differentiate the difference between Nigeria police and kidnappers on that road. Yesterday, I was coming back. Yesterday evening, I was coming back from that Imo State, from Elele. I took that Elele road. Before God and man, my experience again, this is more than 10 times I'm experiencing this thing. And this is the second time I'm complaining about this particular Elele police station. They are just one pole. And that is how they will block road like kidnappers and criminals. They will just block road, they go to that small tent and stay inside that small house. When you get there, you blow on. Sometimes you see somebody that is not putting on uniform will be the one that will come out and start harassing you. Bring money. You know, all those kind of lifestyle is very bad. Nigeria, the IG of police and commissioner of police River State should call those people to order. They are not stopping police from doing their work, but they should do their work in a proper way to know that these same people that they are making life difficult for are the same people that they are supposed to be protecting. That is my problem with them. I was coming back yesterday evening, and these people, the only place I was even scared because the way that they were behaving, and you don't want to give them money, they will just pack you and keep you. And because they know that who are you going to call upon that night? I will rescue you. Nobody that you call upon. So you down to their tune. So they are just behaving like kidnappers. And of which is very wrong.
Okay, thank you. We've got your eyewitness. Okay. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Yes. I want the government to do something about our street lights. The ministry or the commissioner in charge, everybody has to wake up to carry out their responsibility, the reason why they have given them the position to serve. If they don't give you a commissioner, you'll be shouting up and down. When they give you the position to serve the people, I don't know why people keep on compromising their position and denying their responsibility. I don't know what the commissioner of the Ministry of Power is doing, because the most of our streets, the street lights are not working at all. And you know this scavengers, most of them have already taken away those cables that was used to connect the street lights because they are not functioning. So I am appealing to the governor, any commissioner, any agency chairman or chairperson that refuses to do the service he was brought in to do should be sacked. This is not business as usual. You must be accountable of the office given to you.
All right.
All right.
God bless you.
Bless you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
08109510951. What is your eyewitness report this evening? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Go on.
I beg you, this my own eyewitness, this police matter. Is it right that police block road, federal road, that they make for everybody to make it? I don't know. Yesterday I called and say this place where we they call, they use our credit they call, and the government are they hearing about it or they just are also the call like as I just say. If you like protect from me tomorrow, I'm getting ticket in my house. So I didn't know where we are heading to. Didn't know. Police will use the fire block road. They don't care. They even know whether people they emergency. Only that they are own. They after their own pocket. So
Okay. So they blocked the road, or they're always blocking the road?
They are using fire block road. If you want to know what I'm saying, just leave your studio from Element Junction, stand to Ibo River. Go and see what I'm telling you.
Okay. All right.
I don't know the authority.
All right. Okay. I think you're not the only person that have complained about that one now too. This blocking of the road and not allowing commuters to pass freely. Thank you for bringing that one up here. 08109510951. What's your eyewitness report? Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Chika. I'm a first-time caller.
Oh, first-time caller. Welcome.
It's good to have you.
Yeah, good to have you on the show.
All right.
Go on.
I'm driving, right? I was listening.
Oh, I think your network is not so clear. Can you
Listen
hear
now.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, go on now.
Okay, I said I'm into e-hailing. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, I don't want to mention the name of the company because they don't pay for adverts.
Okay, all right, go on. All right, go on.
All right, the man called and mentioned about the Rumola traffic. The traffic is terrible. As I'm talking to you, I'm at Kinomara flyover. These KK bus drivers will park and block everywhere. Then there are some police women that collect money from these drivers. They allow them to make a wrong U-turn. It's terrible here. I just feel that the government should do something about this traffic. Honestly, you know that. Sorry to say, my wife has a shop at Rumola Market there. Sometimes, if I'm going to the Rumola Market, if I'm driving from Abago at Lare, I have to go through GRA, New Salvation Ministry, through Mokuta, to enable me to access the road, at least to our shop. It's terrible, honestly. So this is my eyewitness.
So sorry
Thank you
about
very
that
much.
one.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing
All
to
right.
notice.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. 08109510951. What's your eyewitness report?
informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Nothing like the good old classic music and reminding the new school of where it all started from. Get the best of classic old school music back to back.
Nostalgia Drive
From 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
every Saturday
on Today 95.1 FM.
Hear the bomb. 95.1 FM.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Android Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Android Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
All right, welcome back. We're still on eyewitness reports. Yeah, still on that. And we're still taking calls. Let's take this one. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening to the two beautiful ladies. Still calling in respect of my Chogocho Umechen Pipeline Road. I have been making this call since the inception of the Governor Progress administration, hoping that something will be done. Even during the state of emergency, we were all praying for him to come back, so that for him to attend to this my road. But up to today, nothing has been done. And we are almost in the rainy season, which means my people will still suffer what we have been suffering for before now. Despite the fact that the Indian community is an oil producing community that is also producing the bonnet light that Nigerian government is making huge amounts of money from, but nothing to show for within our area here. I am still using this opportunity since it has become the culture of our leaders that the people must beg and the people must continue to beg in order for them to attend to their needs. I am still begging him, Governor Fogora, and the NDDC to come to our aid and fix the Chogocho Umekem pipeline road. Remember that 2027 election is very much around the corner, and I know that they will be coming to campaign. I don't know what they will be campaigning for people of Chogocho and the people of Umekem, since that road is still like that. NDDC should do something. River State government under Governor Fogora should do something. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. 08109510951. What's your eyewitness report this evening? Send them as messages, voice notes, WhatsApp messages, or call in. Whichever works for you, we are here to take all of them.
Government area. This is from Kindness Happy Today FM baby. Okay. The mile 5 axis of the Edoha internal road in Ahuda East local government has been abandoned by NDDC since 2015. It's now worse than a farm road. I am reminding NDDC to come and fix this road. State School Edoha in Ahuda East local government area that was built by former Governor Rotimi Amechi that was not completed is now without a single roofing sheet, and the environment is as bushy as an evil forest. So I am calling on River State government to pity the pupils and fix the roof. This is from Engineer Godwin Happy. All right, and we have another one here. My beautiful sisters in the studio, greetings. My eyewitness is on PHED. It's only by 1 a.m. PHED always give us light.
You always watch the time. So you always monitor the time. There's every 1 a.m.
I had a lot of things going on in my head. Yeah. There's some persons that are complaining that they've not seen light for 6 months. Some persons don't, maybe 3 weeks, and you can't even see
every 1 a.m. Oh my goodness.
Not to make light of your situation though,
but yeah,
there are people who have not seen at all. They no longer give us light in the daytime. Now when we don't sleep go far, now when PhD they give us light, PhD rather, make una help me ask them why. From thank God ability at table. They know best, because there are some persons that they don't even see light at all. Some areas don't even have. At least you see by 1 a.m.
That's something, all right, keep your calls coming in. At least try to set alarm then. So that you can use the alarm at 1 a.m. now. At least I'm trying to look for a way that you can adjust now, pending when we now have stable and steady electricity, such that exactly morning, afternoon, evening, whenever. But for now, just be. It's not like it's the right thing to do. That's how it should be. But now, if you really have important things to do, you have to set alarms. When you wake up and brush your clothes or stretch your wig or whatever you want to use the light for.
Right,
hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
This is Olo from Manaka.
All right.
There's my eyewitness is power holding and the minister of darkness.
Who is Minister of Darkness, please? Who is the Minister of Darkness now? He didn't answer that question. Please, I want to ask you, who is Minister of Darkness?
Minister of Darkness is supposed to be a minister of power that comes to minister of darkness.
Oh my goodness. So is that the person you are? Oh my God. Share your eyewitness reports. Go on.
Are we feeling like this thing is getting too much? We are paying for darkness. Why they are budgeting billions of naira for light? This is unfair. This Tinubu government, everything in promise us now zero. Small thing we will see. Small thing. This government no even fit do. I mean, half one step they no do.
All right. I think your eyewitness will just complain. Like you just have to complain about these things. Of course, it's also your eyewitness because you are not seeing it happen. Yeah. Okay. 08109510951. What's your eyewitness report? Please send them in. Call us and tell us.
No, you should not tell us who the Minister of Darkness is.
I don't even know who that person is. The Minister of Darkness. I beg. America, do you know Minister of Darkness?
I have no idea.
Oh my God.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Time for us to take you through the stories from the newspapers. It's the newspaper review segment on today's Quest Today 95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served. Nothing like the good old classic music and reminding the new school of where it all started from. Get the best of classic old school music back to back.
Nostalgia Drive.
From 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Every Saturday.
On Today 95.1 FM.
Hear the bomb. 95.1 FM.
Just a few more minutes and it's a wrap. All right, 08109510951. The finals. Let's just do maybe one call to wrap up. Eyewitness report will be my last caller. We're already running out of time. 08109510951. And mind you, security on you comes up in a few minutes, and we have a security expert, Mr. K.G. Smith Dibia. He'll be live in the studio to talk about, security concerns and matters. You just have to stay locked in to get all of that information on your security, my security, the security of the society, and, our safety. Right, Miracle?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, this is where we'll have to just wrap up. Thank you all so much who participated, joined on the show, contributed, shared your eyewitness report. Appreciate it. And on this Today 95.1 FM, we appreciate it. Good evening.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tune in to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Welcome to Security and You, where we talk about matters that concerns your security, my security. I mean, it's important that we are safe. If we're not secure, there's no way I'll be here talking to you if I'm not safe, right? So my safety is important, your safety is important, and every other person listening to us right now. And of course, we always have our security experts to talk to us about security issues. And he's also here this evening in person.
Graced us with his presence.
Yeah, we're not having phone conversations this evening, so he's here in person. Mr. Ukechi Smith DB will be talking to us tonight on Security and You, and we're talking about security, the economy, the state of the economy and crime in the society. Now, there's no justification for anybody to go into crime, no matter how hard things are. I think there's something I read one time that no matter how hungry you are, it's not valid for you to go steal. You can beg.
Yeah.
You are hungry for food, you want bread. Stealing bread is not the way to go. Yes, hunger is the motivation pushing you to do something.
Excuse you for
right?
stealing, yeah.
So we're not going to say because you're hungry, steal bread, and it's valid. There are other ways you can still get bread without stealing bread. You can beg for bread, you can anyway, but not going into crime, because going into crime is you're putting yourself in harm's way, and the people that you are, stealing from or doing whatever harm you're doing to them, you're putting them in harm's way too. So tonight we're discussing the high cost of living, the impacts it has, on crime in the society. So basically, high cost of living and its impacts on crime in society. So that's basically what we're talking about. How that the high cost of living has affected the society so much so that people have now decided that crime is the way to go.
To survive.
That's the only way to feed my family. My wife just born. I need to buy pampers. So
let me enter the
let me do something. I don't care how I do it, but I just have to fend for myself and my family. So, Mr. Smith, let's talk about how that economy is so hard. You can't afford 3 square meals a day. So should I now go and look for who to scam or who to get the money from? Somebody has worked for the money. Let me go get it and help myself so that I can eat morning, afternoon, and evening.
Yeah, hardship to an extent. When you're hungry, you said you should beg instead of going to steal. Ordinarily, that is what it is, and that's what it's supposed to be. But in my own profession, we talk about the cost of everything. Now, why will you even be hungry if everything is
working
in
as
place?
it should?
Yeah. So when you're hungry, it is expected that you go and get food to eat and probably get something. But where you don't have it, you begin to think of a way forward. And one dangerous thing that surrounds this whole thing is what we call survival mode. When a man gets to that level of survival mode, where all you just need to do, or all you have to do, is either you put your hand here or you die. So you begin to think of, now, let me tell you, even for us or for even anybody, when you have money with you, you see, you tend to overlook some things. But when you're die-hard broke, you begin to think of different things, a way to raise money, a way to, in fact, you begin to think of people you have even forgotten for a very long time. You can bring your phone and begin to scroll to see that person, who will I call and what you want and all of that. So that's exactly what it is. But for whatever means, we are not supporting the fact that you go into crime based on the economic hardship. But one thing we keep telling the government and everybody that is in the authority is when you play politics within the economy of the country, you're indirectly pushing people to crime. We cannot use fuel to quench fire.
Yeah.
Invariably, we are increasing the fire.
Sure.
If you look at what is happening in the security sector of this country, you see that these are matters that have been overlooked for a very long time. Yeah. We have the Boko Harams, we have the bandits, we have these guys, and at every point they carry out their they perpetrate their evil and all of that. What are they looking for? What are they asking for? Ransom. And when they are asking for ransom, what they want to do, they want to improve their life indirectly. Yeah, that's what it is. Now, how they are improving their life depends on what they are doing. But the root cause is that at a point, if these guys were properly trained, where things were normal, the way it's supposed to be in life, I think most of them will not indulge on this. So I have just said that Nigeria is passing through a serious high cost of living crisis that has become both an economic challenge and a national security concern. Now, it is an economic challenge and now a national security concern because that has led us to so many crime. Yeah, coming up, and we try to fight crime in one way and also increasing it in another way, not knowing that we're increasing it in another way. Across many homes, prices of food, transportation, rent.
That was another thing. Rent is like, hey.
Oh my God.
Now, look at it this way. Mostly the least self-contained that you could lay your hand here is between 450 500,000.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's somebody was talking to me, one of the staff was telling me full package is 900. Full package, yeah. Now when I asked what do you mean by full package, he said agent,
all those
caution,
drink money,
drink, and everything. It made it 900. And this is a person that, how much is the salary? So even in 1 year,
you can't even afford
the
that.
Salary, even if you say
and even
the
if
person
it's
should
your
not
whole
eat,
salary you used to just now rent house.
good. Even if we say the person should not eat, what is the minimum wage in Nigeria? So let's say you're being paid 75,000 and times it by 12. You can't even achieve. You can't even achieve a good self-content. So you can see how high cost of living could cause people to crime. Because for as a lady, when you cannot do that, then you now begin to think of cohabiting. You now begin to think of a way forward. And how do you do this? I have a boy that, I have a boy or a friend that lives alone. Let me go and live with a friend. That's what it is. Yeah, and when you do that, you begin to rub off from what your friend does. Maybe what your friend does is not what you do, but because you now live in the same space,
and you have to survive.
come to talk of it, the space is hers or his. So he probably once in a while take advantage of you. That's for the ladies. Now, when you come for the guys, same thing. You go to live with your fellow boy or fellow man, and as such, he does one or two things that you don't know. Before you know, he gets you into crime. What is the root cost of this? It is high cost of rent. It is high cost of living. That is why we are saying that it is not only economic challenge but a national security issue. School fees is also another thing. And now school just resumed yesterday. I mean last Monday, right? Yeah, and you see what parents are going through. Ordinarily, if there is good healthcare and free public schools functioning properly, I do not think that parents will go this way. I personally, I also went through public schools. In fact, not until when I left secondary school, I could remember that my school fees was 36,000 naira. No, 36 naira. 36 naira. I'm not talking about 50 naira.
We don't even know where the 10 naira note is again.
The last school fees
20 naira
I paid in my SS3 I still have it, is 36 naira. So that's to tell you, and some persons that are listening to me know that's like a standard price for public school fees. Then even when it go to 36 naira, we are saying that was a little bit high. So see, the school fees, the healthcare and utility. In fact, for that of utility, you see what NEPA bills are for now. So for those that are in band A, you know what it is and all of that. You know, your utility has risen faster than wages and business income. This means millions of Nigeria now struggle daily to maintain the same standard of living they had few years back. You know, I went with a friend for a lunch and we finished. They gave us bill. So one was 11,000, one was around 8,000. And I just laughed. I told the guy, I said, in 2013, 2012, 2013, just yesterday, I bought a bag of rice for about 8,000. And we just ate a plate of food in one local place. So it's not even in just one portable local place. And they said it's 11,000. You can see what high cost of living could cost. So imagine a plate of food for 11,000 and a bag of rice years back for 7,000, less than 9,000. So that is what it is. According to Ryuta, Nigerian health inflation has actually risen. Presently, this March we had 15.3. 15.3 in March. And the World Bank, as at this April, also reported in April 2026 that poverty rose to 63%. That is, that means that a large percentage of Nigeria remain trapped in economic hardship despite the microeconomic improvement. Now, sometimes when you listen to the government, you hear them say the economy is stable, all of that is happening. Yes, most times this could be happening from their own rating, from the statistical rating, but it's not affecting the common man because the inflation already is high. So when the inflation is high, whatever is happening might likely not to affect the people. Now, you're looking at 63% of Nigerians. That is to tell you that are trapped in poverty. So how many? 63, 100 minus 63. So that cannot tell you that's almost like 30% are living a little bit better, where you have by 70%. So when inflation rises, poverty expands, and real income falls. The pressure often shifts from streets. Now, when inflation rises, poverty will definitely expand. And when poverty expands, the pressure will go to the streets. That's where you see when you walk on the streets, people snatch your phone. People do one of these one chance and all that because inflation has has risen, poverty has expanded. People begin to think of way to survive. It goes to the market, it goes to homes, workplaces, and community. Crime does not always begin with criminal intention. It often begins with desperation, frustration, anger, and survival pressure. That's where it begins. Most times, crime begins from this area, from not just from the criminal intention. That's why in my field we say crime does not exist. There is nothing you call crime. Like now, this water cannot be a crime. Crime is an act. There is nothing, you don't have a speaker, you call it a crime. There is no product that is labeled crime. Just like we're talking here now, there is nothing called crime here. But there's an act that will happen now and it will be called crime.
True.
Yeah, that's to say that this act, before it happens, it doesn't just come like it wasn't planned. Maybe as I'm coming here, we're going to do this and all of that. But some level of depression, some level of frustrations could actually lead to this. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that when poverty expands and income falls, pressures often shifts from this to street, market, workplace, community, and all of that. So we're going to look at like 7 points or 5 probably that causes this. We have survival crime increase quietly. Now, that's number 1. Many crimes today are no longer for luxury, but they are for survival. I said it before. Yeah, some crime people, in fact, when you interview some persons, like in most of these rehabilitations we do and all of that, so when we interview some people during research in slums and all that, you hear them say, I'm naturally living with somebody, and actually I don't like the fact that I'm living with this guy, but because I can't afford a particular lifestyle.
Yeah, and I can't just leave.
Because I'm not. These are real life story that you
issues.
see whenever we go for this kind of research. So you hear them say this, and how do you solve this problem? Is to make them comfortable and all of that. So survivor crime increase quietly. That's why I say that many crime today are no longer for luxury, but they are for survivor. People who cannot afford feeding, rent, or transport may drift into petty thefts. They may drift into phone snatching. I said it. They may drift into shoplifting. Now, you see, there is a supermarket that we consult for, and each time they go for auditing, you see goods missing and all of that. So they actually have CCTV, but by the time they go to play CCTV, they see that those persons have all actually gone. Yeah, so when we came, we told them to have a real personnel there that will be monitoring it, and there's almost a day that, as in no day that they don't record almost one or two shoplifting. Yeah, because the security guy is watching at the CCTV. I'm telling you, a very popular superstore that is just almost around us. So it tells you that people go there to shoplift. The cost, to an extent, is part of what we're saying. When you want to buy Pampers and you don't have, and you can't even, there's nobody that will give you and all of that, and even the people you're calling do not also have, and this is something you need. Like for something to happen for a lady too, they needed this their monthly sanitary arrangement, and she never had, but she needed to take care of herself. So what does she do? She went to one of the local shop, and while she was trying to distract the lady, she was able to pick one of those sanitary arrangements, and unfortunately
she was caught.
She was caught, and it was something I was involved. So when the thing came, I said, no, yes, this is crime, no doubt. Like, from where I'm coming from in my field, we don't just look at it as crime. Look at the root cause. What really happened that this crime happened? Should we have prevented it from happening? If yes, okay, fine, this is the crime for today. Yeah, don't do this again, but subsequently let us cushion that thing that could cause that. So we intervened and paid for the sanitary and took the person for rehabilitation like normal, in as much as she wasn't
but
she was okay, but then
the fact that you had to do that,
we have to take back and know exactly what brought to this, and you can imagine what came out.
Someone cannot even afford that thing that's like a basic thing for a woman.
Exactly what I'm saying. So in that case, what do? So you have to shoplift to an extent. Stealing food items, they're also there. Okay, fine. Today I was in a particular market. I was trying to buy something, and a person came with a cucumber. And they were asking the lady how much is the cucumber. I don't know how she said it, but the people say no. When the lady left, they said they cannot buy you a cucumber that is around 1,000. This one is selling 100 naira, 200 naira. Did she steal this cucumber? And but somebody said that woman don't buy from her. She usually seek cucumber to come and sell. I'm telling you what I know, what I personally observed today. So what I'm trying to say is that hardship can lead to something that you didn't plan to do. Okay, so that is what it is. Street robbery is there. Some offenders were once law-abiding citizens crushed by hardship. Like that lady I just told you, she was a law-abiding citizen but was crushed by hardship. So when survivor crime becomes common, society starts normalizing criminal behavior. You understand that? So when survivor crime becomes common, one of those survivor crimes that are becoming common now is the cyber crime issue, that's the internet fraudsters.
Yeah, true.
You can see that our young girls are now becoming prey in the hands of our young boys. And when you look at these boys, you check how many years are these boys. A boy of 18 years will have the mind that even a lion most times cannot even have, to tie a girl, leg, hand, everywhere. And sometimes you can't even imagine. Sometimes they even bury in a shallow grave. And by the time you do all of this investigation, you just see that a boy of 18, 20, 21, less than 30 years will have the mind, the guts, the temerity, everything to do this, seal it, and still come out. Then, that tells you that crime to an extent is becoming normalized, and society is the one suffering it. So I don't know if you have cause and all that.
Judging from everything you've said, I know there's the aspect of what society has pushed most persons to do. So are we going to excuse these crimes because it's the outcome of where we find ourselves, the economic hardship and all that? Do we excuse these crimes because you said most times when you go out like this, you find the root cause of that particular crime? So if the root cause is always based on survival, do we always have to excuse these crimes simply because people want to survive?
No, definitely there is no way you can excuse crime because people want to survive. Yeah, in a scale of 1 to 10, you have 8 persons that are in this economic hardship, and you just have maybe 2, 3, 4 persons committing crime. Why even the other people that are not also there, if they also tell you what they are passing through, in fact, most times it's even more severe than what the one committing crime. So we cannot excuse crime at any point. Also know that there is no crime-free society in the world. In any war, anywhere. Even when we talk about Finland and talk about Netherlands and all, most of these countries that are low crime rate, we can't also remove the fact that crime is there. Because but in there's a theory that is called strain theory. It's called strain theory of crime. It's a criminological theory. It talks about when a person is strained, when you're stressed, when you're strained, then there's every tendency that you could commit crime. So what that means is that the authority should do well to take us from that aspect that we will be strained, that will be depressed, frustrated, because the way the things are going, like almost on a daily basis, some family, they are buying fuel for 40, 50,000. Imagine a situation, you have your car as demand, your wife have for the children, probably school and all of that, and you buy like 25,000 for yourself, which is less than 20 liters or probably 20 liters, and you buy for the second car, probably for the family use and all of that, and you don't also have power. Even when you have the light at home, for those that are living in using a band A or bank A, sometimes we prefer to use fuel. Because because you just can't imagine it. So in the 2 points, if we will still have time, we will have organized crime recruits the hungry and the jobless. Now, criminals gang monitors hardship and recruits vulnerable people such as unemployed youth. Now, the criminal gangs, they monitor these things. They know when things are hard for their friends. That's why when the Nigerian, is it Nollywood we call them? The Nollywood people, when we are following up much, you see that most times a friend that is doing well will lure a friend that is not doing well to courtesy. and to save society. These were things we were taught in Nollywood. But then, that's exactly what life is. So when you see a friend that is doing well, and you don't know the means at which he or she is doing well, and he sees that you are not doing well, he will recruit you. And because you're unemployed, you don't have job. Just like here, you've been here probably since afternoon and all of that. I mean, anytime you're closing, you get tired. You're going home, preparing for another day, scouting for news and all of that. So it will be very difficult for people to just come at a flip of hand and they say, let's go out this night, and it's okay, make we dey go. Where you won't go because tomorrow morning you're coming here. But a person that has been in the house since morning, imagine what that means. The person will sleep, wake up, press phone, run the battery down, wake up again, charge it. I mean, for 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. I'm telling you, it could be as frustrated and depressed as anything that you could talk about. So every slightest opportunity in quotes, whether of course it's going to be illegal opportunity, that particular fellow is going to opt for it. So organized crime recruits the hungry and the jobless, unemployed youth, frustrated graduates.
All right, we have to do a 1 minute break, and we'll come back to this. And if time permits, we'll take calls. All right? Yes.
Okay.
What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat, or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, if you've been with us, we've been talking about the high cost of living and crime in the society, the impact on crime in society. And Mr. Smith has highlighted some of the reasons why, we experience crime based off of the high cost of living in the society. We would like to take calls. If you have questions about this topic we've been talking about, if you have, opinions on it, right? If you have observations or reactions to it, how that maybe you think, the high cost of living is really pushing a lot of people into crime, and I think this, I think that, I'm of this opinion, of that opinion, that if the cost of living can be better, if we can have earn more so that we can meet our needs, crime would be reduced. If the economy gets stable, we can afford food and basic things that we need for a better life, crime would be reduced to the barest minimum. Whatever opinion you have on the matter, open the phone lines in a minute, right, to have you call in and join the conversation. 0810-951-0951, because sometimes when you see some of these petty thieves, even the advanced ones, they always have a reason. I don't know. There's always something behind. Why did you go into this? Oh, I had to do this because of that or that. Some of them, I had to train myself through school. I have to pay my fees. I have to pay my rent. It's just one reason or the other. And it all boils down to the living and the cost of living. That's what makes a lot of people do the things that they would have sworn that they never would do, but they find themselves doing things like that. It's not just a viable reason though, but then that's what we have obtainable today. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Yes. My contribution is this. In our society today, not everyone has the capacity to face challenges. Now, I want to use myself as an example. I've been in River State for quite more than 30 years, and I've not committed any crime. I've gone through obstacles, challenges, starvation. But when you have positive mindset and avoid the kind of people you cluster with, you will naturally overcome crime. So that is just the problem. Some of us have very, very low level of capacity to be able to handle stress. While others, no matter how the storm comes, no matter how the economic crimes come, they have the ability to absorb it and overcome such challenges. So it's a thing of the mind. Yes, if you give yourself up for crime, you will commit crime. But if you say you're not going to do it, no matter the peer pressure or the economic situation in the country, you will not. I use myself as an example. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. It's good that you said you've been here for a while and you didn't commit crime. That's because of maybe how you were raised and your integrity and response.
Yeah.
You have this, I can't do this, no matter how tough it gets. But not many persons have that mindset.
Yeah, he also mentioned that some persons don't have that ability to handle stress.
No matter what happens, I will not do the things I said I will not do. But that's just it. That's what we said. That's how it happens, right?
We have already established that fact.
Yeah.
The economic hardship, it fuels crime.
True.
It doesn't mean that everybody, because things are hard, everybody is drifting to. But to an extent, it fuels it. That's why I laid the foundation to say that when the bandit or whatever kidnapping, all these kidnappers, and once they do, what are they looking for? Ransom. What are they using the ransom for? To better their lives and all that. And one thing we also say is this: you see, crime, most times people see it as when you commit a particular crime, probably when you steal, when you're caught, when you do all of that. But people work in the office and they collect bribe. That's what we call white collar crime. Those white collar crime, most times people don't see it as crime. You work in an office where every morning as you go to work, as you interact with people, you collect 1,500 and all of that. People don't see it as crime. But for us, that's crime because it's bribery. So for the person that called, that's a good one. We have also established that fact. Morality depends on how you're raised. But in the system, we have also seen people that were raised without mother, without father, without nothing. They don't even know these people. They don't know mother, they don't know father. They just know that I live with my grandmom. And in fact, when you go out the streets, mainly in the afternoon, you see some boys wiping the windscreen and all of that. And there are lots of things. So these people will grow up. Some of them don't have that ability to withstand this pressure. Now, let's look at number 3, domestic violence and family crime.
All right.
Rises indoor. Economic hardship sometimes causes tension in many homes. You see husband-wife conflict, child neglect, domestic abuse, financial betrayal, family theft. To an extent, sometimes it leads to divorce. The truth is that when a man that is supposed to be the breadwinner, like we're taught in this side of the world, does not have that particular thing to do what he's supposed to do, this leads him to a level of anger, depression, and frustration, and that could lead to domestic violence. Because imagine when probably the partner is asking for fund and this particular fellow does not really have this fund, based on the economic hardship, to an extent it could trigger to a domestic violence. Now we have corruption expands at every level. When salary remains static but living costs explodes, unethical behavior will rise. That's why I said we need to look at that aspect of corruption, bribery. We need to look at it very well, because you and I know that when you approach most of these sectors, people tend to collect one or two, inflict one or two, just to see that they make ends meet. And some persons don't see this as crime, but that is established crime. So that's why I say some people just see crime when they see somebody that a kidnapper, robbers, and all that. As much as we are not justifying that fact, but what we're trying to say is that the authorities should do well to stabilize our economy. It will have a lot to do. Like I have just stated, the healthcare, the rent issue. In fact, the school fees, utility and all that. You see, a cost of a building material like cement is about 18,000, and this was something that were sold around 2011 for between 500-700 naira, and is now sold for 13,000. I was telling somebody that whatever we want to do, if the government does not come down to think about us, by 2030 we are going to buy cement for about 25 to 30,000.
And that would make the housing will now get even more.
Then the projection would be that a self-contained should be going for 2.5, 4 million to 6 million.
Then where would everyone now leave? People will start squatting.
No, but
you start seeing 5 persons in the self-con.
No, but that's the projection. Because if a bag of cement is sold for 13,000 today, and we're having a self-contained for 500,000, and if nothing is done and it's sold for 26,000, then you're having a minimum self-contained for 1 million to 1.1 million. That is to say that before you talk of this one, you used to say POP and all that, then you are talking of almost 2.something to 3 million. So what we're saying is every authority should do well to see that they bring down, they make cost of living affordable. In conclusion, I will just say that when hunger rises, crime rises. When frustration rises, violence rises. When hopelessness rises, gangs rises. And when trust fails or falls, disorder rises. So these are things, and that is why I've just stated a recommendation to say that the government, the authorities, the local governments, whichever cadre of government that we are playing with, you do well to see that you cushion that aspect of a high cost of living. I remember when we were buying bread for less than 100 naira, 80 naira, and all that, but a good loaf of bread now is almost 2,000 naira. And how many will a family of 5 use and all of that? That's, you just see there are some this water, dispensing water, I don't want to call the products, you see some for 1.5 and all that, and there are families that buys like 10 in a week, 6, 7, 8. You see, when you are not involved in these things, you won't understand what it is. So a family just go with their bottled water to go and buy those kind of dispensing water, and they're buying like 6, 7. That's almost 11, 12,000 in a week. So we in as much as we are not supporting that fact that it could lead you to that, but it fuels crime. So if the government will do well to help us and stabilize the high cost of living, I think crime will reduce drastically.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Thank you all who listened on the show. I saw calls coming in already again, but I'm sorry we can't take that call because we have to wrap up. But yes, we'll be here next week Thursday again for another round of talk on our security and our safety. Yes, the through comes up in a few minutes, an hour by 9. Thank you so much, sir. Have a very good evening. And please be safe. As much as the economy is hard, please don't go into crime. We beg you, so that we'll not come with certain issues for your safety and the safety of your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tune in to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
The big question a lot of followers of the domestic league have been asking is, when are we going to have at least 4, 5, 6 or even 7 club sides playing in the Premier League that are owned by individuals? This dream is about to come true. Just yesterday, one more joined the other 3 from the Nigerian National League to be promoted to the Premier League. First, it was Inter Lagos. We had Doma United, Sporting Lagos, and now Ranchers Bees of Kaduna. Wow, this is a dream that is coming to fruition so quickly. This and so much more we're taking a look at on this edition of Global Sports Update with yours truly. My name is Godwin A. Nakana. We'll take a break. On the other side, someone who understands the dynamics of the business we just talked about now will be talking to us. Welcome. Shola is waiting for us all the way from Osun State. He's the chairman of the Osun State Football Association, someone who understands the business of football internationally and, of course, locally. Let's take a look at the promotion of 4 teams from the Nigerian National League to join 2 who are there. Who knows? We might have maybe the 4 staying at the end of the day. We are having Kun Khalifa trying to perform the 9th wonder of the world. There's Remo Stars, there's Barao, and of course the Ikorodu City. When they are joined by the 4 that have just been promoted, we'll have 8 at the end of the day. But like I said, we might just have a minimum of 6 at the end of the day. Shola, thank you so much for joining us on this edition of Global Sports Update.
Godwin, this is worshipful. This is very huge. This is fantastic. This is fantabulous. This is very exacting for Nigerian football. Not every time, not every season, that 4 clubs will be promoted to the elite division in Nigeria just like that. 4 privately owned clubs gaining promotion to the elite division within a season is very, very huge, very, very fundamental, very, very important for the way our league will be appreciated going forward, for the way our league will be celebrated going forward, for the way our league will be able to attract support from wider business community going forward. This is a feat that all of us must celebrate. The federation, the football community, the fans, and even the business community for the huge opportunity, for the wider opportunity to leverage their product, to leverage their business with the growing Nigerian Elite Football League. I think we should all be excited by this particular feat. I am excited. I don't know whether other people are excited. I'm very much excited. All things being equal, that means we may have 8 privately owned clubs participating in our elite division next year.
Shola, I understand that you're a businessman, and when it comes to the business of sport, you are a big player right there. Now, the big question will be, what do you think was done right for 4 privately owned clubs to gain promotion from the Nigerian National League to the Premier League?
If you look at the clubs that got promoted, particularly in the southern hemisphere of Nigeria, the 2 clubs from Lagos, Inter Lagos and Sporting Lagos. These are the clubs that have adopted exciting business and administrative strategies for quite a long time, and they're still on course on doing the same thing, but doing it very well. Because the most important thing about this game is that you must do basic thing and do it very well. The 2 teams that we all know very well in the Southern NNL division, they play exciting young footballers. You can't see old footballers in their team, and they're equally very business-like. If you see their support base, their fan base, you find exciting young men who are ready to travel with them, who are ready to tweet about their game and give them very huge support. If you attend their home games, you enjoy the games very well. The way they treat their players, the way they treat their VIPs, you begin to see the quality you see in Europe. You can see that they are business-like. And I hope the clubs from the north too, Donor United and the Ranchers, I hope they are adopting the same business strategy to run the club. This is what I have seen and observed about these private clubs that just got promoted into elite division. And I hope they will continue to work this way and equally even expand more on what they are doing.
Shola, if you were the chairman of the Nigerian Premier Football League, Honorable Benga Elegbeleye, I'm sure you would have had, you'll be having butterflies in your tummy at this moment, having what we've craved over the years, having private people come, compete with government club sides in the league, in the early division in Nigeria.
I think it's an exciting time for Honorable Benga Elegbeleye for these new developments. I think this one of the things he has been praying for too, to have a mix of public-owned clubs and privately held clubs in the National League. He should be happy because the private club bring a new culture, a new dimension to the league, and a new breath of life to the league. And I think he will be thinking of what he can do now and his team can do now to make the league more exciting, to make the league fairer to all the clubs. And he will be thinking of how to introduce more technology into the league so that the league can be more exciting. Because without those new improvements, new technology in the league, the privately owned club won't be able to attract the support they need to sustain these developments. So if I were him, I would be thinking of how I will introduce a lot of innovation that will make this competition very, very exciting. I don't want to see it as a competition between a privately held club and a government-owned club, because I know quite a number of government-owned clubs too are thinking in the same direction. You could see some of the government-owned clubs too having sponsors like privately held club. And I think Honorable should be thinking of how to improve competition, improve exciting movements in the league going forward.
Shola, before I let you go, I do know that looking at your background from the corporate world, how excited do you think the corporate world would be? I'm talking about would-be sponsors having a minimum of 6 clubs run privately in the league next season. How also can they take advantage of this new development?
From the grapevine, I learned that the big business guys are already taking positions in terms of supporting and sponsoring the new privately owned clubs. I think announcements are going to be made in the next few days, if my sources are very, very right. Like I said before, this is an exciting opportunity, an exciting moment for businesses. I want to see big banks. I want to see big telcos. I want to see big oil companies. I want to see big betting companies using this platform, huge platform, to leverage their business. I want to see businesses not only dropping very huge sponsorship fee for this club. I want to see them leveraging their business via these clubs. There are huge opportunities, very huge. Most exciting one is what I call the human billboard. If you put your brand on the jersey of a club, and you make sure that about 5,000 fan base of this club wear your shirts every weekend, what kind of sponsorship platform can be bigger than that? I don't know. So I know majority of the banks will be very excited with this opportunity. So what we need to do is to create a very good narrative behind this opportunity, create good story, exciting story behind these opportunities, and let the commercial supporters or commercial guys of this new club do their work. I know that the business in Nigeria are waiting for this opportunity, and I'm sure they will take it. And you will see, before we start the new season, you will see a lot of announcements that are going to be made. If a government-owned club can command as much as 200 million shirt deal from oil company, I think this privately held club can command more than that. I think we are going to have an exciting period. One thing I want to call for too, I want to call for federal government to find a way of supporting this club through grants. This is not new. They do it in Eastern Europe. Even they do it in mainland Europe. If a private entity is able to promote his club to the elite division, there must be a way that government can support them. Maybe $1 million per season. I think that should be an exciting proposition in itself. Let's the government look at it as a seed money to good football in Nigeria. I will support that any day.
Thank you, Shola, for your time and the education. I can feel the excitement in your voice. I feel the same way too. May our football continue to grow in leaps and bounds. Thank you again and God bless you.
Thank you very much, God.
Well, if you didn't start the show with us, we are celebrating the promotion of 4 privately owned club sides to the Nigerian Premier Football League from the Nigerian National League. First was Doma United from Gombe State, followed by Inter Lagos of Lagos. Then we had Sporting Lagos staging a comeback to the Premier League. And just yesterday, Ranchers Bees, now owned by Sadiq Umar, yes, the Super Eagles forward who plays in Spain. So that's a reason to celebrate, and I'm sure that Nigerian football will be better for it. Thank you for listening to Global Sports Update. We'll see you again tomorrow. Don't forget to keep praying for Nigeria. My name is Godwin A. Nagana. Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Catch the latest news, real talk.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine when they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct holistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic of discussion is STD and STI. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sexually transmitted infections are challenges that get into the body system through sexual interaction. But the basic thing is that the causative organism is able to get into the body system and continue to divide, thereby having the privilege of affecting body cells to cause signs and symptoms. When sexually transmitted organisms get into the body system, they can be classified based on the causative organism. Some are caused by bacteria, some are caused by virus, some are caused by fungi and other parasites. But when they get into the body system, the manifestations that one is going to get do differ in some cases. For instance, in gonococcal infection, in a man, it may not take more than 3 days before the man will start experiencing burning sensation in the urinary tract or painful urination. And when it's getting to, let's say, 7 days, you can start noticing some discharge from the male organ. In women, it may not be like this because their genital is wider than that of men. So it can hide in their body system for quite a very long period of time. In some people, they can be seen as carriers. There are other organisms that can cause challenges that are different from just burning sensation or discharge from the genitals. When we talk about herpes simplex virus, people suffering from herpes simplex virus can experience blisters and ulcers in the private part that will be seen as wounds. Some can be very painful. Some can even have some discharge in form of blood, and you see that as regular wounds. In syphilis, at the beginning, there can just be pimple-like eruptions around the pubic region, which may disappear over a week or two. But that disappearance does not mean that the organism is totally cleared from the body system. It is during that period that it will be able to go into the body tissue to continue dividing, to encroach the body further. It can go to a latent stage, a stage in which the organism is inside the body as if it is sleeping or resting. But if anything happens that triggers it, definitely one will start experiencing serious challenges. When we have all this and we fail or refuse to take care of the body, definitely complications can set in. In women, when complications are already appearing, there can be serious menstrual pains. In some women, there can be discharge coming from the genitals that can even have offensive odor. In some, it is possible for them to experience serious lower abdominal pains. Most at times, these do follow their monthly menstrual bleed. In some women, if it is allowed to continue, you discover that the fallopian tube can be damaged, a situation where this area will be blocked totally. That will be seen as blockage of fallopian tube, which can really lead to infertility in women. It can be primary infertility or secondary infertility, as the case may be. In men, when infectious agents are able to stay and proliferate, that is divide, to encroach the body tissues very well, definitely the sanctuaries of the body can be reached. Part of the sanctuaries of the body is the testicles. When they get into the testicles, it can lead to orchitis, a situation where the bulbs, that is the testicles, will become very painful. It can be swollen, and at that stage, the lifespan of sperm cells coming from these testicles can reduce, or they reduce in number. When they reduce in number, that can lead to oligospermia. But if nothing is done, and this is allowed to continue for a certain length of time in the body, it is possible for all the cells to become dead, a situation where we have azoospermia. In such situations, it will be impossible for such a man to impregnate his woman as a result of a sexually transmitted infection that has been poorly handled or that has been ignored. Part of the complications of sexually transmitted infections in men is a situation where a man is unable to stand like a man like he used to do before. And that's why we say, whenever we experience anything that is strange in our body system, it is very important for one to visit competent healthcare giver who will be able to give the right advice to get out of the challenge. In other words, if one is faced with challenges that have to do with sexually transmitted infections, having burning sensation, painful urination, discharge from the genitals, blisters, wounds, mind you, having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live days, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
Africa's life.
actually.
This is actually Yoruba.
Yeah.
So that I always come and say we always play Igbo.
That we only play Igbo songs. No, we mix it. Sometimes we do Yoruba songs. Yes, I played Edo songs all through the thrill, and it was a good one, right? So enjoy the music while it lasts, because we're about to get into the conversation proper. Now, it's almost like everything in Nigeria is used as business. So, like, why is it so? Why is it that people just like to use everything to exploit people?
At the expense of the other person.
Yes, every avenue to get things off people, not minding the cost, not minding the emotional state it leaves the people. They just want to enrich themselves and benefit from it. Even down to the things that are supposed to be sacred, things that are supposed to be
personal, private,
things that are supposed to be very sensitive. Sensitive cases and matters. They even go to the point of, exploiting it. And that's really bad and sad. And the reason why we're saying this is because there are certain things in the society that should not be played with or joked with or, made jest of. But some people don't care. Anything, any which way, any means to get money, even if I have to tamper with things that are sacred and sensitive, I will do it. That's the mindset of some persons. And we're saying this to say, because of the topic we have on this evening, because an orphanage operator in Edo State was arrested over illegal orphanage activities, over 2 million adoption scam. Somebody comes to your orphanage, you run an orphanage, you manage an orphanage, you operate an orphanage. We know how sensitive orphanages should be or are. I mean, this is a house for people without parents, the fatherless, the motherless. Some destitute are taken there and, just to have a better life. People without family are there. They are in your care, you're in charge of them. And you use them to exploit
people to get money.
And how are we even sure it's a real orphanage at this point? Because anybody can just build or have an apartment. Some people can just have an apartment, put children there, put a signpost at the entrance and say whatever name you want to call it. I can just put and say Rona's orphanage home, Rona's care home. And I put the pictures of children and a woman carrying them as the banner. And people just say, there's an orphanage there, because not many persons will want to really start investigating, is this a real orphanage or not? And I can just have children come in and just play the role. And they won't know that they are playing the role and I'm doing my illegal operation there. Because this person is an orphanage operator, and the person did like a 2 million adoption scam. So let's say people came to the orphanage to adopt a child. As sensitive as adoption and as sacred as adoption processes are, someone went as far as using that to scam somebody
That's
of 2
level.
million naira.
You just finish security and is this also
this is also part of security now. Security issues. Because now you carry your money to say, I want to adopt a child. And the people adopting a child, for whatever reasons, maybe they haven't been able to have their child yet.
Most
or maybe they have or fertility issues or whatever issues they have, and they decide
or maybe their children are all grown up
and they just need
someone smaller.
There are different reasons now. And they say, okay, let's go to this orphanage home and adopt a child. They're ready to go through the process. Not steal a child though. They're ready to go through the process of adopting a child legally, go through the process, documentation and everything, and they come to your orphanage believing that this is a real orphanage and the person is an orphanage operator, and they say they want to adopt a child and go through the process, and you charge them 2 million naira and you scam them of their 2 million naira child. They no see the money.
That was not the first money you had already paid something before.
So let's read the news, because this is a rather interesting one, and as interesting as it is, it's also a very serious matter. Thank God that the operator was arrested, and so they have to answer for their crime. But how about the other persons that they may have scammed all the while they have been in business, because the orphanage is business to them? Now, Edo arrests illegal orphanage operator over 2 million adoption scam. The Edo State government said it has arrested one Grace Efe Uwadiaye for operating an illegal orphanage. Now, the name of the orphanage is Waidia Children Home. Sure, I just said I can just say Rona Children Care. Rona Miracle Orphanage. People just say, oh, this name, and they will come to do whatever. some persons go to orphanage to celebrate their birthdays.
True.
Buy things. Or some person on
For
a
the
regular day
children.
just buy things, provision, food stuff, and other toiletries and take it to the orphanage and drop to, just do things for the needy and people who need them. And imagine, carry all those things to arrange yourself. Wadia Children Home in Afuze, Owan East Local Government Area. The Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Eugenia Abdallah, who confirmed Wadia's arrest in a statement on Thursday, said it was prompted by an alleged adoption scam. Thank God that was the one that hit the nail on the head. That was the part where she met her Waterloo.
Yeah.
She said Wadia had been handed over to the Edo State Police Command for further investigation and prosecution, while ministry officials are already meeting to extend the search for such facilities in other parts of the state. Because there may be others operating a false orphanage home just to get money from unsuspecting individuals. She revealed that incident was triggered by a formal complaint from a victim identified as Monday Akpaduma, who had approached the ministry for encountering irregularities in an adoption process. A senior staff member of the ministry said Akpaduma alleged that he initially applied to adopt a child through the orphanage and paid 250,000 as a processing fee. So the first time he paid 250,000 naira to processing fee to begin the process of adopting the child. He said He said to have claimed that he was subsequently asked to pay an additional 1 million before the child could be released to him. That's a lot. After prolonged delays, he was allegedly informed that the adoption fee had been increased to 2 million by the ministry. So you pay processing fee, you pay 1 million, they tell you pay 2 million, they tell you pay, and because the person needs the child and believes that this is not a scam place, I mean, they can't use an orphanage to scam people now, according to the person, he pays the money again.
Way over 3 million
for
a child.
You're paying 3 point something to get a child, and the delay is going and going, and the child you've not even seen. Now, they claim that raised the suspicion prompted him to report directly to the ministry, because I mean, what's going on? I'm not even seeing the child. You said I should pay this and pay that. So
and
the
person asking for more money.
Yeah, for more money. And the person reported to the ministry. It was gathered that an internal investigation was immediately launched, and that revealed that all documents presented by Mr. Akpaduma were fraudulent and did not originate from the ministry. So they even have people typing false documents for them for the adoption process. Being issued on an old ministry letterhead, the senior staff member stated. She said investigation pointed to a staff member of the Social Welfare Department as the source of the document. So there's even someone within insider doing this dirty job for them and getting his or her cut, whoever the person may be. Suggested there is possible collusion with illegal orphanage in carrying out the alleged illicit activities. The staff member, however, disclosed that the local government official could not be arrested at the time of the operation as he was not present in the office. He may have heard of the visit from the ministry and left his seat, so he was not around when ministry officials visited the council. Efforts are ongoing to apprehend him, and all individuals connected to legal operation will be brought to justice. We can also confirm that the proprietor of the illegal orphanage has been handed over to the State Police Command in Benin for further investigation and prosecution. Yes, thank God. It's a good thing that they've been caught. Yeah. The operator has been arrested.
It's a good thing that guy also reported her.
Yeah, what
he
if
could
he
have just let
reported?
it go?
Exactly. What if he did not? He wasn't prompted to say, "I was causing this delay. Let me report to the ministry." If he had kept on
Today's news in 60. The Honorable Commissioner for
ẹni tó lùwà dálẹ́jọ́ tó lòun ò gbà tó ń fapá jánu káwọ́ bí tó máa gbẹ́jọ́ lọ. ẹni tó lùwà dálẹ́jọ́ tó lòun ò gbà tó ń fapá jánu káwọ́ bí tó máa gbẹ́jọ́ lọ. bá gómi ajá kankan bí agbo ọba ti ṣe yín náà.
and tell us what you think, especially about the matter that we just brought on to you. I mean, an orphanage operator was arrested in Edo State, Benin City to be precise, in one of the local governments, Onwa East, and because of a 2 million adoption scam that the person did, somehow the man that they were trying to scam, he got tired of the delay, and that prompted him to report to the ministry, and their investigations were carried out, and then found out that the person,
the ministry had no hand in it.
Had no hand or leg or head or any part of their body in it. They even went as far as using the ministry's letterhead, the old one, to do the scam, and they have somebody in there as an insider helping them with this, scam acts and everything. It's a terrible one that people will go that length. The question we're asking is, do you, has it got to the point where people will do anything, touch anything, whether touchable or not untouchable, just to get money? Economy is hard, so you go as far as, using an orphanage as a platform to scam people of their money. What's your thought on that? And do you think that this will just bring trust issues? Many orphanages now, people will be having raised eyebrows concerning them. Like, is this not even the real orphanage now? What if I take my money there now to go and help them, and they use it to enrich themselves, be like the owners of this place? What if it's not even real? What if the children, they are not really orphans? What if, just many what ifs?
So many questions now.
Exactly. So many questions. 08109510951. That is the number to call to be a part of the conversation. I really want to hear from you. Really want to know what you think about the matter. All right, let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. Good evening.
Yes, please. Welcome.
My name is Favor.
All right, Favor, can you speak up a little? Your voice is very low.
Okay, good evening.
Yes, I can hear you very well now. Go on, please.
It's related to what you're saying.
Yeah.
There is an orphanage close to our house. Yeah.
Oh, there's an orphanage close to you?
Huh?
Oh, there's an orphanage close to your house?
Yes, so we didn't even know that the children that they are training up there was their family members, like they planned this camp people. But they gathered together, they told a lot of people, they came together to do the orphanage, and at the end of everything, they found out that the community people found out that
it was fake.
Yes.
Oh my God. Thank you for sharing that one. Thank you for calling in to share that one. I mean, Miracle was just saying it now that thing crossed her mind that people can actually just carry their nephews, cousins, nieces. Maybe you have extended family. Maybe you have a polygamous family. Some persons can just turn it to family business and have their father and mother be the manager of the orphanage, their cousins and all their grandchildren, and bring them. I mean, it's an apartment. Most times they'll have rooms in the house. So it could just be a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom flat. And people just turn it to orphanage. It's just a plaster name now. And put logo and put picture of children and motherless people, and people are starting doing business, and people will not really question it because
to take money.
Yes, now people will start bringing donations.
They even found out about this
exactly in this one that they had to find in the community. Other people do this and they get away with it, and not many people. I mean, I won't see an orphanage and start saying, is this one an orphanage? Is it a real orphanage?
Definitely,
there's this compassion in me that once I see the signpost, I'll just feel like, oh, if I have anything I want to do, this could be a place close by. Somebody says, oh, I think of an orphanage I want to. I'll say, oh, there's one orphanage in my area. You can bring your donations there, and that's how it works. And they are enriching their pockets at the expense of people. That's really terrible. 08109510951. What's your opinion? What's your reaction? Or you have an experience, or you even know any, or you've heard of any? Please call in and share with us. We really want to hear from you.
We have a text here. Good evening, pretty ladies.
Right.
Nigeria is a geographical space well endowed with both human and mineral resources of all kinds, but the inhabitants living in it have made it look as if the country is cursed. Meanwhile, these people are the ones who are cursed. Basically, everything goes the negative way here. Nobody cares for a better nation. Every ministry is jeopardized for selfish ambition and gains. Insiders everywhere. We are overcome by the wolves and Judases of our time, but God will see his own through. Bright Oswagu. Amen. You know this case of Judas? There was actually an insider who was doing this
Who was helping in the ministry there, doing the illegal thing with them. Hello, good evening. Yes, please.
Good evening. Are you hearing me?
Very well.
Okay. This is Lucky from PH College.
Okay. Right. Come on, please.
So, one day I was coming back from work from Iwofe. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Go on.
Okay, I was coming back from work from Iwofe to Wimpy.
Okay.
Are you with me?
I'm very well with you. Go on, please.
Okay.
Yes.
So I was coming back from Iwofe walk from Iwofe to Wimpy, and a lady with about 3 children, and 4 children thereabouts. This should be about 8 years ago.
Okay.
Would they go Igrita? Would they stranded? No transport, blah 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 blah. Now believe you me, I only had about 700 with me. That I had to give the other 400, at least 500. So one day I was in the church and my pastor said, there's a woman that is always begging that place. She always says she's going to greet her, this, that. I said, so this is a business that this woman is doing.
Oh. So every time she begs passerby, every time.
She brings her children.
Uses her children to get
because if you see the children, you will
She's going to a far distance.
Yeah.
She's stranded, no transport. And since then, believe you me, anybody that stops me on
even the real ones now, you will not even believe them.
Yes. I'm stranded with this. I don't even look at it. Once you say, bros, excuse me, can I have a minute? I don't work, I leave it.
Bros are very.
It's too bad. And people are turning to profession in Port Harcourt now.
Exactly.
You see like 2 guys, they'll carry their bag, but that kind of
people sometimes that's artillery.
Bros, excuse me.
I've seen plenty people.
Bros, excuse me. If they see eating in an open place, bros, excuse me.
If they see you standing close to where you're buying food, they'll come and meet you.
That is the pattern now.
If they see you, maybe you are using POS, they'll come and stand close to the POS.
To help again. So anybody that says bros, excuse me, I'll say, I'll not look at I beg, I just leave it. So it's bad.
Thank you for sharing your opinion. All right, thank you. The extent people go just to get money is really crazy.
It's very crazy.
Like, you don't even care. Just like conscience doesn't work anymore.
And you see what they are doing now. Now he said whether you're real or not.
Exactly.
So far as you come to me,
they just feel like
what
of experiences I've had.
Yeah.
I'll just feel like you're just another scammer. You're trying to get money
off
me.
So people who are actually in need of this thing now
don't get the help
again.
And the attention needed. Imagine family member from orphanage. Your father and mother are alive, but you are orphans just to get business. Start a business. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello. Yeah, we've taken your call. Go on, please. All right, that call drops. Please try to redial, okay? Hello, good evening. Well, hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yes,
good
welcome.
Evening, welcome.
Okay, my name is Prince. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on.
I had an experience about what you guys are discussing. I was actually going somewhere around Ajib by Adda George area.
Okay.
So I met a lady. She was with 2 children. She said, bros, please, can you help us? So we're going to, I think, my tree, that they don't have transport. They just stopped there and this. So I had the money I had. I gave them that money because I had 2 hours around that place. So I gave them the one I had in my pocket. 3 days after that day, I met that lady again at Mokuta Junction. That she was going to Iwofe Road. That should please. I said, madam.
And she forgot that you were the same person that you collected.
Remember because they do that to
a lot
different
of people.
Yes. So I recognized her with the 2 children. So it's now a business in Port Harcourt. This thing I'm telling you is like 2 weeks ago. So it's a big business now in Port Harcourt.
All right. Thank you for sharing that one. Now we're talking about orphanage. There are still a lot of areas like other arms of this orphanage scam thing, because there are the mobile orphanage. You see the one where the woman carry her children and walking on the road. That's like the mobile one. You carry the orphanage to the streets and you carry it to the passerby. Then there's the one that is established that you have a house or apartment and then you put a signpost to it. All of these are scams. I mean, the fact that maybe your own is you have an apartment and people come in to donate and then you try to scam people from adoption or through adoption process, and you on the streets carrying your children to beg for money and lying that you are homeless, you don't have transport, and you're stranded, and you collect and you go to junction from Rumokoro to Rumokota to Transamadi to Rumosi to Choba. You all the strategic location, and you don't know the people that you ask because you see a lot of persons. You're also part of the problem. And that's not, how would you be using children to lie and to scam people? Children. Oh God, I beg. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Honorable Chris.
Okay.
You see, why all these things is happening, I blame government. If government should do what they're supposed to do, how can individuals own an orphanage? You are not a church. You are not a school where you run charity organization. How can somebody just use one room? See some people that are living in a bacha. You see orphanage room there. If government, maybe government, they are tired. If you see what is going on, that's the reason why you see all these orphanage rooms. People are now using it to scam people here and there.
So the fact that things are hard and the government not doing what they're supposed to do should justify people using children to scam individuals.
Besides, orphanage is
if government are doing what they're supposed to do,
it's a private
just
business.
like now, you go to the flyover there, you see small children. Government have every power to go there and pack them, carry them to government house, look a place and build and start training them and giving them food every month. But because government don't want anything that will ask me to pay tax, pay my tax to train, to keep those, I will do it. But this one, so where do you want them to go? People can even just anywhere.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So government, they're supposed to go around and feed those children, collect it from them.
Okay, all right. All right. Oh, I thought you were done talking, but thank you. You shared your opinion. Okay, let's just take one more call and then we'll wrap up. Let's take this final call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Hello.
Yes,
good
please.
Evening.
Yeah.
This is Sonny calling from English.
Okay.
I want to happen today. This afternoon.
Today?
I was coming from NMA to Aklari. Immediately I dropped at Aklari. That's a social here. Something was drawing my trousers back. My transit.
Somebody was drawing something or somebody. Which one? Somebody. A little child. A little child was drawing your trousers.
After 3 years, was drawing me. I said, I needed to shout because I was afraid. I said, what is this? Because when I looked back, I saw the women there sitting on the ground by the side of the road there. I know this must be the mother of this child. And you see the funny thing, my own, not to give money, is not to give those centenaries.
All right, thank you. We have to go now. Thank you.
Of what they can do with
the money is what you could not guarantee. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. As I already we'll have to wrap up. We can't take any more calls. Well, thank you all so much for contributing and joining and giving your experiences. We hope that gets better and a lot of scam orphanages get caught, arrested, and then so that the real ones can actually survive. Yeah, thank you all so much. Have a very good evening.
FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in a Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM. Patakat, I'm Rona Aguara. First the headlines. President Bola Tinubu seeks Senate approval for over $500 million loan for Sokoto Badagry Highway. Nigeria Governors Forum launches Leadership Academy in support to build institutional capacity across Nigeria. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara backs President Bola Tinubu's re-election amid calls for Southern unity. On the foreign scene, UK Parliament approves landmark bill to create smoke-free generation. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has written to the Nigerian Senate seeking approval for a $516.3 million foreign syndicated loan to fund sections of the Sokoto Badagry Superhighway project. The request read during plenary by Senate President Gospel Akpabio is in line with provisions of the Debt Management Office Act and will enable financing for key phases of the project through the Bank AG. The proposed 1,000-kilometer highway is a flagship project under the administration's Renewed Hope agenda and is expected to link several states, including Sokoto, Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, Oyo, Ogun, and Lagos, improving connectivity and easing the movement of goods across major economic corridors. The financing plan includes a partial risk guarantee from the Islamic Corporation for the insurance of investment and export credit, while the federal government will provide over 265 billion naira in counterpart funding for land acquisition and related infrastructure. According to the president, the loan has a tenure of 9 years, including a 3-year grace period with interest tied to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange SOFR plus 5.3% annually. The proposal has been referred to the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debts for review, with a report expected within a week. Akpabio backs the move, stating that borrowing for infrastructure development is necessary to improve road safety and promote national integration. The Nigerian Governors Forum has unveiled a new Leadership Academy as part of efforts to strengthen governance and build institutional capacity across the 36 states of the country. At its first meeting of the 2026 in Abuja, chaired by Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, the forum also reaffirmed support for ongoing fiscal and education reforms aimed at improving revenue mobilization and expanding access to quality education nationwide. Governors received briefings from the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, and the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, on tax reforms, FAAC revenue trends, and strategies to strengthen fiscal management. They emphasized the need to restore confidence in public finance systems, broaden the tax base, and ease the burden on basic consumption, while pledging closer collaboration with the federal government to ensure effective implementation of reforms. On education, the forum endorsed plans to transition to a 12-year continuous basic education system and expand secondary school infrastructure to meet rising enrollment. It also highlighted progress on the Digital National Education Management Information System and reaffirmed commitment to ensuring resources reach underserved communities. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has declared that Nigeria is in capable hands under President Bola Tinubu, urging support for his re-election to sustain ongoing reforms and development efforts. Speaking at the opening of the Southern Traditional Rulers Council meeting in Port Harcourt, Fubara said the current administration is making progress in economic recovery and infrastructure development, stressing that continuity in leadership is essential for long-term stability. The governor called on stakeholders across the southern region to work together towards shared goals, noting that unity remains critical for sustainable growth. He added that hosting the gathering of monarchs highlights River State's peaceful environment and its readiness to accommodate major national engagement. On his part, Chairman of the Council Adeyeye Ogunwusi said the meeting was convened to promote peace and strengthen regional cohesion. He described the forum as a reflection of Nigeria's diversity and a platform for traditional rulers to deliberate on security, economic development, and ways to support government efforts. A Port Harcourt-based human rights activist and legal research expert, John Ihwa, has proposed a legislative bill to the River State House of Assembly seeking the establishment of a rent control authority and a legal framework to regulate house rent increases in the state. In an interview today, FM's Uchendu Jowa, Ihwa said the proposed legislation aims to curb excessive rent increases, protect tenants from exploitation, and create a structured dispute resolution mechanism for rental matters. According to Ihwa, who explained that the initiative was driven by growing hardship faced by residents due to what he described as alarming and unregulated increases in house rent across River State. The bill seeks to introduce fairness and predictability in rental transactions while providing legal safeguards for both landlords and tenants. IHWA defined excessive rent increase as any increment exceeding 15 to 20% of the existing annual rent within a 12-month period, except where otherwise approved under the proposed law, proposing that any rent review should only be justified by factors such as substantial renovation, structural improvement, or verified economic considerations approved by the proposed Rent Control Authority.
There has been a persistent and unjustifiable escalations in renting charged by landlord and property agents, often without a corresponding improvement in the housing conditions and infrastructures. These situations has placed an unbearable burden on low and middle income earners, thereby worsening the already challenging economic realities faced by citizens. It is against this backdrop that I humbly present to Rivers State House of Assembly for consideration a proposed bill for a law to control excessive house rent and establish a body known as Rent Control Authority.
He further recommended that rent increments should not occur within a period or less than 3 years, arguing that the frequent increases places an unbearable burden on low and middle income earners and worsen prevailing economic challenges. The activist urged lawmakers to give the bill urgent attention, stressing that it is necessary in the interest of justice, equity, and social welfare.
The objective of this bill includes regulating arbitrary and excessive increase in house rent, providing a legal framework for fair and reasonable rent review, protecting tenants from exploitation and unlawful eviction, promoting transparency and accountability in landlord and tenant relationship, establish a mechanism for dispute resolution between landlord and tenant. This proposed legislation, if enacted, will go a long way in restoring sanity, fairness, and balance in the housing sector, while safeguarding the fundamental rights and dignity of residents of Rivers State.
Today FM correspondent reports that the proposed law would also prevent arbitrary rent increases, protect tenants from unlawful eviction, protect and establish a transparent framework for resolving disputes within landlords and tenants. The River State University has officially flagged off its student drug integrity test as part of efforts to promote a drug-free campus. The initiative, organized by the institution's Health Services Department in collaboration with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. Speaking during the ceremony held at the University Amphitheatre, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Isaac Zeb OPB, emphasized the institution's commitment to maintaining discipline and safeguarding students' health through proactive measures against drug abuse. Professor Zeb OPB also cited data showing widespread drug use among Nigerian youths, noting that the institution has strengthened its anti-drug framework by expanding its anti-drug abuse committee, training staff in rehabilitation management with support from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and procuring testing kits to identify and address suspected cases.
I am committed and my team were committed to ensure that we free this university of drug abuse. And these are the things we've done. Expansion of Health Services Department Anti-Drug Abuse Committee to accommodate staff in all our campuses and funding the activities of this committee. Funding the certification of 25 staff of our university by UNODC for the management and rehabilitation of victims of drug abuse in all our campuses. Setting up of a new unit in the Health Services Department, Substance Use Disorder Unit, to offer services to drug abuse victims.
In his remarks, the NDLEA State Commander in River State, Baturi Yakubu Dawa, who commended the university for the initiative, stressed that early detection and prevention are key to tackling substance abuse among young people and encouraged students to embrace the program, assuring them that all testing processes will be conducted professionally and with strict confidentiality.
To plug up 2 strategic interventions under the War Against Drug Abuse Advocacy and Campaign by NDLEA. First of it is the student integrity test. That's one of the things that we are here for, and which is an intervention thought of by the Federal Ministry of Education and NDLEA. It is a preventive and corrective tool. So those of you that think that the introduction of drug integrity test is meant for you to be expelled from school, no. You should take it as a preventive and corrective tool.
Also speaking, the chairman of the university's Anti-Drug Abuse Committee, Anele Promise, described the policy as a scientific and supportive approach rather than a punitive measure.
The Vice Chancellor has just flagged off the policy of federal government, which is drug integrity tests, under the guidance of NDLEA. So this step is supposed to help to identify those who have drug use problem and encourage them to go into treatment, because one of the consequences of drug abuse is academic wahala and the rest of it. What we have done today is to set in motion a process of trying to identify these issues early and provide care for those who are affected.
Today FM's Ojinakachi Celestine reports that the event also featured the induction selected students as drug-free ambassadors who are expected to lead awareness campaigns and encourage their peers to stay away from illicit substances and free drug integrity tests conducted for students across during the program. Some students in River State have called on both federal and state lawmakers to intervene in the rising cost of internet data, lamenting that expensive and rapidly depleting subscriptions are placing heavy financial pressure on them. The students who spoke to Today FM's Olawa listeners expressed frustration over what they described as exploitative practices by network providers, noting that data plans are not only costly but also do not last as advertised. They called on telecommunications companies to improve transparency by allowing users to clearly track how the data is consumed, while urging regulators to ensure that service quality matches the prices being charged. The students further explained that the high cost of data is forcing them to make difficult financial choices, including diverting money meant for feeding and other basic needs towards internet subscriptions required for academic work. They also appealed to tertiary institutions to provide free or subsidized Wi-Fi on campuses to ease the burden on students, especially amid prevailing economic challenges. The students therefore urged Nigerian lawmakers to introduce policies that would regulate data pricing and protect consumers from what they described as unfair practices by telecommunications companies.
As a student, I'm supposed to be spending the kind of amount I spend on data. Okay, for example, when I'm buying 4 gig for 1-2, and they're saying 2 days, but it doesn't get up to 2 days. Highest maximum 6 hours, it's gone. When I check my data expenses for a month, it's really up to 37,000 naira as a student. And I think the lawmakers should do something, because these companies are yet to make money. For sure, they're extorting us, and it's too much. Data is draining. You want to buy food, you use the money and buy data. Official places, they don't have free Wi-Fi in our school. Like, I have assignments, PDFs to download, documents to. Everything is revolving around data. This parents charge money for allowance for upkeep, and mostly data is taking up almost all part of the money.
You're listening to The World is on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The residents of Rumagolu community in Nubiakpo local government area of River State have accused the former caretaker committee chairman Chijoke Ihunwo of attempting to forcibly take over their land despite multiple court rulings in their favor. The people during a media briefing called on Inspector General of Police, the Director of State Service and the security agencies to investigate Ihunwo's alleged actions and ensure he is prosecuted over the disputed land known as Ohia Omodudoro Eliwelibo in Minimba. Speaking on behalf of the community, Ezeri Sioka of Rumukoro, Chief Chinedu Amadi, who also serves as spokesperson for the Rumagoli Community Council of Chiefs, alleged that Ihunwo used his former position to lawfully seize the land, which he described as the community's inheritance. Amadi, who stated that the community had earlier secured victory at the Supreme Court and later obtained a favorable judgment from the Riverside High Court in 2019, presided over by Boma Diepiri, added that the ruling was upheld in 2025 at the Court of Appeal in a decision delivered by a 3-member panel led by Justice Muhammad Ibrahim Sirajo.
Because it is surprising that the land grabbers led by the former caretaker chairman Chijoke Ihunwo, who is not part of Rumawolo community, neither from Elepopodu, has grabbed almost all the lands belonging to Rumawolo community, despite all the land judgment and the judgment of the Supreme Court, which was won by Rumawolo community against Rumodomaya in 1961. This land in particular is called Eliwelibo Omodudoro, which the Supreme Court has given title to Rumawolo community.
The community further alleged that Ihunwa, who is not an indigenous of Magoli or any neighboring community, sold portions of the land to developers in collaboration with suspected land grabbers, allegedly disregarding subsisting court judgments. Madi emphasized the need for a thorough investigation of Ihunwa and his alleged associates, warning that he should be held accountable if any harm comes to members of the community, whom he claimed may be at risk for speaking out. Meanwhile, efforts to reach Ihunwa for comment were unsuccessful as he did not respond to phone calls from Today FM correspondent at the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Obiakpo local government area, Gift Wolu, has ordered the immediate demolition of the fence of Victory Estate located at the Rumosi Obirikwe flyover, citing alleged defiance of lawful directives in an ongoing land dispute. Wolu stated that the individual behind the property continued construction despite an earlier directive from the House of Representatives instructing all parties involved in the alleged land grabbing matter to maintain status quo pending further resolution. He accused the developer of repeatedly flouting the law, describing them as notorious for disregarding legal orders, emphasizing that the local government will no longer stand by while individuals allegedly seize land unlawfully within the area.
Now the House of Reps Committee on Public Petitions had ordered before now that no further activity should happen in this place and other places around our local government flat on the issue of land grabbing. But because these people are not law abiding, because they are lawbreakers, because they are criminals, they have continued to do things to provoke not only me but all of us. So this morning we have come to lay to rest this issue once and for all. Before now, it is as if we are the ones crying, we are the ones complaining, we are the ones petitioning. Now we are going to pull down these fences and then let them report us to wherever.
Speaking at the site, Wolu warned that similar enforcement actions will be taken against other suspected land grabbers across Obiakpo as part of efforts to uphold the rule of law and protect community lands. Today, FM's Priyazogo reports that officials of the local government task force have begun pulling down the disputed fence in compliance with the chairman's directive. The leadership of a social-cultural organization, Ogbako Uzuzu, in Eche local government area of River State, have pledged to restore peace and foster unity within the community. The President General of the organization, Samson Amili, made the commitment shortly after his inauguration at Obiru Uzuzu, following several years of leadership vacuum in the community. He told Today FM's Magnus Nwawa that within the next 100 days in office, Uzuzu would witness unprecedented development and peaceful coexistence.
And you know, there will never be development in an atmosphere of rancor and acrimony. The first thing we are going to achieve, we should achieve in the next 100 days, is to galvanize the unity of Ozuzu. Make Ozuzu a peaceful place for people to stay. And the security of life and property has always been the watchword of every responsible government. It's ready to achieve within the next 100 days. Protect lives and properties of Ozuzu as possible.
In the meantime, an indigenous and key stakeholder in Ozuzu, Professor Samuel Amili, advised the new executive to work diligently towards restoring the community's past glory. On the foreign scene, both chambers of the Parliament of the United Kingdom has approved the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, a landmark measure that will ban anyone aged 17 and under from ever legally buying cigarettes. The legislation targets individuals born after January 1, 2009, with the aim of preventing future generations from taking up smoking. Health Secretary Ways Streeton described the move as a historic moment that could pave the way for the country's first smoke-free generation. Once the bill receives royal assent, it will also empower the government to extend smoking restrictions to certain outdoor areas such as playgrounds and spaces near schools and hospitals. The policy forms part of broader efforts to reduce long-term pressure on the National Health Service by prioritizing preventive health care. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has sought Senate approval for over $500 million loan for Sokoto-Badagry Highway. The Nigerian Governors Forum has launched a leadership academy in an effort to build institutional capacity across the country. We told you that the River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has backed President Bola Tinubu's re-election amid calls for southern unity. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the UK Parliament has approved a landmark bill to create a smoke-free generation. That was the news that's edited by Stella Sasongo Kori. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt Voice of the People, and it's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I am Miracle Emmanuel. First, the headlines. Migrants deported from U.S. stranded, scared in Dr. Congo. Senegal cuts official travel as high oil prices put new pressure on budget. 4 people critically injured after 2 trains collide in Denmark as major emergency response in place. Now the news in details. Ghanaian Foreign Minister Samuel Ablakwa has urged Ghanaian nationals in South Africa to remain calm, reaffirming the government's commitment to protecting its citizens both at home and abroad. The call by the foreign minister comes after a viral video surfaced on social media showing a South African woman leading a youth group to confront a Ghanaian resident, accusing him of overstaying and calling for foreigners to return to their home countries. The minister disclosed that the South African counterpart has expressed empathy with the victims and promised full-scale investigations into the incident, adding that authorities in South Africa are expected to brief African ambassadors on the matter. The Democratic Republic of Congo is not quite what a group of Latin Americans expected when they sought asylum in the United States. But their predicament is far from the worst of it. They arrived in Kinshasa after a 27-hour flight which they spent with their hands and feet shackled. Gabriela, a 30-year-old Colombian sporting tattoos, and she didn't want to go to Congo because she was scared and didn't know the language. She only found out where they were headed the day before being expelled from the United States. The DRC have agreed to take in deported migrants. It is one of the world's 15 poorest countries, thousands of kilometers from the Americans. In Sudan, the shelves of the pharmacy are starting to empty out, with the clinic unsure about when the next shipment of medicines would arrive. As disruptions to global shipping as a result of the Iran war continue, crucial medicines are not reaching places like these, which are already suffering a humanitarian crisis. The clinic is struggling to support thousands of sick people as Sudan enters its 4th year of civil war with no international aid shipments since December. Aid groups have been warning that the war with Iran has not only cut off vital shipping routes and created a global energy crisis, but it's upended the ability to get food and medicine to millions of people in and around the world. Sierra Leone is taking a new step toward unlocking its offshore energy potential with a fresh agreement involving Oil Giant Shell. The deal allows Shell to carry out advanced geological and geophysical surveys across more than 20,000 square kilometers offshore territory. The work will include basin modeling and petroleum analysis aimed at building a clearer picture of the country's deep-water hydrocarbon reserves. Officials are saying the data will help reduce risk for investors and pave the way for future exploration. But Shell has said that the agreement does not guarantee future drilling, but it marks an important step in assessing what could be significant untapped resources. South Africa's inflation rate edged slightly higher in March but remains relatively subdued overall. Annual consumer inflation rose to 3.1%, up from 3.0% in February, according to Statistics South Africa. On a monthly basis, prices increased by 0.6%. The main drivers behind the rise were housing and utilities, along with food and financial services. As education continues to stand out, tuition fees climbed by 5.4% this year, with private education seeing the sharpest rise at 7.5%. The United Nations has said Libya is at a critical crossroads, facing deep political fragmentation, a distorted economy, and delayed elections that threaten the country's stability. Briefing the Security Council, Special Representative Hannah Tete said Libyan leaders are failing to meet public expectations for inclusive political participation and legitimate leadership. She noted that the emergence of parallel structures operating outside agreed frameworks, warning the risk undermining ongoing UN-led efforts to stabilize the country. The UN official welcomed continued international engagement, including support from the United States, aiming at improving financial transparency and coherence. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. The Lebanese journalist who was killed in an Israeli attack had previously spoken of receiving a threat via an unidentified Israeli phone number that she would be killed if she did not leave southern Lebanon, where she had long been based and worked. Rescuers attempting to dig her out of the rubble of a building were also targeted and prevented from providing life-saving assistance. Khalil was the 9th journalist killed in Lebanon this year. Last month, 3 journalists were killed in a double-tap attack. An investigation by the Israeli newspaper has found that Israeli soldiers in southern Lebanon have been involved in widespread looting. 2 trains have collided head on a level crossing northwest of Copenhagen, leaving 5 people critically hurt and 12 others with minor injuries. The trains were traveling on a line linking the towns of Hillerød and Kagerup in the North Zealand area of northeast Denmark, with a total of 38 people on board, according to the police. Team Ole Simonsen of the Greater Copenhagen Fire Department was unable to say what led to the crash, but all the injured had been taken to the hospital by air or by an ambulance. Public broadcaster Doctor showed images of 2 yellow and grey trains, both with visible damage to the front, facing each other in a wooded area. Officials said the trains collided at 6:29 local time and fire and rescue teams were alerted immediately. The former president of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, will face trial at the International Criminal Court (ICC) after judges unanimously confirmed charges of crimes against humanity over his war on drugs. Pre-trial judges concluded that there were substantial grounds to believe Duterte was responsible for the crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder in relation to anti-drugs crackdowns that led to the killing of thousands of people. It is alleged that such crimes were committed as part of a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population during Duterte's presidency, which began in 2016. Duterte, 80, who was arrested in Manila last year and flown to The Hague, and has denied charges against him. The date of the trial has not yet been set. Rise Up for Life and for Rights, which represents families of the victims of drugs-related killings, said relatives were elated to hear the court's decision. The EU risks a confrontation with Donald Trump after it sought to stall the awarding of a lucrative Balkans pipeline contract to a company fronted by his personal lawyer. Brussels has clashed with Trump over trade, Ukraine and military spending, but the intervention in the Southern Interconnection Pipeline project appears to mark the first time it has challenged a commercial venture by those close to the president. The pipeline will run through Bosnia and Herzegovina, and what Bosnian sources say have been months of pressure from U.S. officials. Its leaders have been moving quickly to award the contract to a previously little-known company based in Wyoming. AAFS Infrastructure and Energy was incorporated in November last year and has not disclosed its owners despite lacking any apparent track record. AAFS is planning to invest $1.5 billion in the pipeline. That story from European Union concludes tonight's edition of The World Today as produced by Deborah Adamu of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. We told you that migrants that have been deported from the United States are stranded and are scared to return to Congo. We also told you that Senegal has cut official travel as high oil prices put new pressure on their budget. Finally, 4 people have been critically injured after 2 trains collide in Denmark. Till same time tomorrow, to have a lovely evening. My name is Miracle Emmanuel. Thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
BBC World Service, I'm Charles Gitonga in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. In Madagascar, why have scores of Gen Z protesters been arrested months after a new military government came to power?
We are feeling very disappointed by the turn of events because since they came to power in October, nothing has been done in order to meet the demands of the movement and the youth.
And a new report shows that the cost of borrowing by African countries has nearly doubled in 4 years, even as foreign aid shrinks.
With countries seeking to pay attention to their own domestic matters, it means that money is tight, and so there's less money available, generally speaking. And so with a crunch in money available, it means that you basically pay more for the money that you borrow.
That's all on the BBC tonight. In Focus, first the news.
BBC News, I'm John Shea. The authorities in Tanzania have for the first time revealed that hundreds of people were killed during protests that followed last October's disputed presidential election. A government-appointed panel says more than 500 people died, but it didn't say who was responsible. Richard Kagoye reports.
The Tanzanian government had disputed accounts by opposition and human rights groups suggesting that thousands were killed in a security crackdown. President Samia Hassan now says the figures those groups had reported were exaggerated. She continues to defend Tanzania's security forces, saying they worked under difficult circumstances to prevent the country from sliding to anarchy. Instead, she's blamed unnamed foreign actors of orchestrating the violence to disrupt the election and destabilize her government. But the main opposition party, Chadema, has called the Commission's report a cover-up for crimes by the government.
Health officials in Gaza and the Civil Defense Agency in the Strip say 5 Palestinians, including 3 children, have been killed by an Israeli airstrike. Palestinian officials said the 5 were killed near a mosque in Beit Lahia in northern Gaza on Wednesday. The Israeli military said it was targeting what it called a terrorist. Lebanon's President, Joseph Aoun, has accused Israel of deliberately targeting journalists in the country, a day after another reporter, Amal Khalil, was killed in an Israeli attack. Journalists gathered in Martyrs Square in Beirut to remember Ms. Khalil, who was hit by an Israeli airstrike while reportedly seeking cover in a house. A freelance photographer with her was injured. Our correspondent, Lina Sinjab, is in Beirut.
The funeral for Amal is taking place. She's being laid to rest among her family in her village. Early on in the day, civilians and journalists have held a sit-in in central Beirut in protest against attacking journalists. The situation here in Lebanon, people see these kind of attacks as a pattern that the Israelis are following. Amal is the 8th journalist to be attacked in accordance to the Committee to Protect Journalists.
The Pentagon says U.S. forces have boarded a vessel in the Indian Ocean, which it claims was carrying Iranian oil. A social media post shows footage of troops abseiling from a helicopter onto the tanker. The US military says the vessel is stateless, but an online tracking website logged it as sailing under a Guyanese flag on its way to China. It's the second time this week the US has seized a vessel. A UN Security Council meeting has begun to discuss the situation in Haiti, which has been beset by widespread gang violence. The session is expected to focus on a soon-to-be-deployed new multinational gang suppression force backed by the UN. The UN has recorded the killings of more than 5,500 people between March last year and January this year. This is the latest world news from the BBC. Sri Lanka has launched an investigation after cyber criminals hacked into the Finance Ministry's computer system and siphoned off $2.5 million. A ministry official said the money was intended as debt repayment to Australia. Ambarasan Ethirajan reports.
The authorities were alerted to an attempt to break into the Sri Lankan Finance Ministry's email server, and investigations showed that a $2.5 million payment owed to Australia had disappeared. 4 senior officials were suspended after the breach. The authorities are now seeking help from foreign law enforcement agencies. The cyber attack is a blow for Sri Lanka, which is recovering from a crippling economic crisis 4 years ago when it ran out of foreign exchange. Colombo defaulted then on its $46 billion external debt.
A record voter turnout has been registered in assembly elections to India's opposition-held states of West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Tens of millions of people stood in long queues to cast their ballots despite scorching summer heat. Preliminary figures show that West Bengal registered a turnout of nearly 90%. One of President Trump's special envoys says he's suggested to his boss and World Football's governing body FIFA that Iran should be replaced with Italy at this year's World Cup finals. That's despite the Italians having again failed to qualify. Andy Swiss reports.
Paolo Zampoli said as an Italian native it would be a dream to see Italy play at this summer's World Cup. It's not the first time he's proposed this. Mr Zampoli made a similar request to FIFA before the last World Cup, which Italy also failed to qualify for. FIFA have not officially commented on his latest suggestion, but highlighted Gianni Infantino's statement last week in which he said the Iranian team is coming for sure.
And that's the latest BBC World News.
Hello there, I'm Charles Gitonga in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. A regime change and broken promises. Gen Z protesters in Madagascar are threatening to return to the streets as rights groups sound the alarm over suppression of critics. What's going on?
There's like a relationship of mistrust in the movement, especially because they've been arresting people recently in the last 2 weeks. Everything has been mixed between the actual needs of the movement and some opposition members from the ancient regime that trying to destabilize the country.
And if your government has taken a loan in the last 4 years, they've probably been charged more in interest by the lenders, and this is how that might affect you.
Common person on the street will pay more for fuel, they'll pay more for car maintenance because of bad roads, they'll pay more for, fuel for their generators because the infrastructure projects financing fell through because of the high cost of borrowing. I mean, these are all infrastructure projects that are on the shelf because the numbers don't make sense. It means that people are actually paying more for basic services.
It's Thursday, April 23rd. It all began as anger over shortage of water and electricity in September last year. Thousands of young people gathering in the streets of Antananarivo, the capital of Madagascar. They would mobilize through social media and called their movement Gen Z Madagascar. In the streets, they chanted and waved banners calling out the government for corruption and a lack of basic rights. In the end, they got what they wanted. In October, the country's president, Ange Rajoel, dissolved parliament and later fled the country. And then, a new leader stepped in.
Carlo Randrianarina has been sworn in as president of the new military government. He has committed to fresh elections within 2 years.
Madagascar's new military leadership came to power on the shoulders of the Gen Z protesters. Crowds of young people cheered on as military vehicles drove around the streets of the capital. But now, their hopes seem to be slowly fading away. They say the reforms promised by the new president, Colonel Michael Randrianirina, appear to have stalled.
The current government and current military regime is cracking down protesters. They haven't kept their promises and everything that we have agreed upon. So we feel betrayed. They want a systemic change, and we got a lot of mafias in exchange.
We have decided to take to the streets once again. To make our voices heard in October 2025, we delegated power to the members of the current government, relying on their goodwill and, above all, because the Gen Z still maintains a sense of respect towards our elders. 6 months later, we observe that the actions undertaken by the current regime deviate completely from the basic demands of the Malagasy people. At a time when a true rebuilding is expected, everything the current regime does amounts to nothing more.
I spoke with Elliot Randiamandrato, the spokesperson for Gen Z Madagascar. I first asked him to describe the mood in the country at the moment.
Actual situation in Madagascar for the moment is like a relationship of mistrust, especially because they've been arresting people recently in the last 2 weeks, and maybe also because there's a lot of promises and demands asked since 25th of September that haven't been responded, especially according to the national consultations, like a national dialogue that we want around the main reform asked since the 25th, by the fact that the youth in Madagascar haven't been well listened or well implied into the last two governments and the last decisions made by the regime.
Why have the people been arrested?
They've been arrested on some charges which are threats to the homeland security. And implications on criminal groups. That's the main charges that they use to arrest the young people, but they are also kind of related to some kind of intimidations in order to control or to threat the movement, and sort of messages to say that the movement have to be kind of quiet if they don't want problems.
And is it that there have been attempts by your movement to do other protests to try and force the government's hands to listen to your demands, or what exactly is the circumstance of this arrest?
There have been some protests in order to strongly remind the regime that we had some demands since the 25th that hadn't been listened to, and the fact that also the arrest came after this protest made clear messages of kind of intimidations. But the thing is, like, everything has been mixed between the actual demands and some opposition members from the ancient regime that try to destabilize the country.
Do you know how many of your members or people that identify with your movement are in custody?
They've been like 6 people.
Right. So I want to hear your thoughts in terms of how things have turned out for the young people of Madagascar and your movement. In terms of, you protested last year and there was a regime change and there was a lot of hope. But what has happened since then? Are you feeling disappointed now with the turn of events?
Yeah, we are very disappointed by the turn of events, because since they came to power in October, nothing has been done in order to meet the demands of the movement and the youth. One of the main signals are nominations of the appointments of the last two governments, where the prime ministers have been appointed. We are asking the youth reflections on it. And the thing is, like, there's no young people involved in any of the government, especially on the nominations of the prime minister and his ministers. The fact that the youth is not involved into the management and the methodology of the future national consultations, which will decide the main reforms that we need, especially for the youth.
What kind of involvement were you looking for? Is it like maybe nomination into cabinet, or what exactly?
The main thing that we want first is that we want to have co-constructions on the national consultations methodology and the way that it's going to be managed, in order to have all the demands developed by all the people here in Madagascar, and especially the youth in every locality. And the things that what we want is maybe have some involvement of people appointed into some institutions, such as the anti-corruption ones, the main project that we have to be implemented in order to have the reforms, and maybe, if possible, some appointment into the governments or into main institutions involved into, I'd say, elections, corruptions, transparency, and so on and so on.
I see. But when this protest started, there was a lot about services that were not being delivered, like a stable supply of electricity and water. On that level, has anything improved since the new government took over?
Nothing improved, actually, because that's the main reason some protests began in some cities here in Madagascar. For example, in another city of the country, which is like, I think the fourth one in Madagascar, Ansirabe, there've been shortage of electricity for 4 days. Nothing had been done in order to better the situations in terms of electricity shortages, in water, and things are getting worse.
So do you have an avenue, though, to speak to the government in charge about these grievances that you have?
They're doing some hearings in order to have our thoughts on the thing and our propositions, but those are only hearings. There's no real platforms in order to discuss and exchange with the government into the real issues of the country since the 25th of September.
So one of the things that's meant to happen in the country is an election, and when the military took over, they said that there would be one in about 2 years. I don't know if any steps have been made towards that, and now that you're disappointed, do you think that election needs to happen sooner and not later?
The thing is that the only thing that they've done in order to go toward those elections, it's a roadmap that they develop in order to go to those elections. But the thing is that this roadmap didn't involve the youth as well.
Right, I see. So what next then for you and the movement?
What is coming for the movement is like we need to get more involved into the consultation in order to have our voices heard, the main demands heard, and maybe the propositions. But for us specifically, we are in the process of organizing ourselves for the coming elections.
You say the government is listening, but they are not doing anything about your demands. So what if that stays as the status quo? Will you be changing tact, for example?
We need to change tactical, like we need to change the way we are asking things, the way we are working together, the way we are demanding things. Maybe we need to hire the voice in order to be heard properly.
Yeah. And what about your comrades that have been arrested?
Some have been released, some are still detained at the moment. The thing is like there's a law here in Madagascar, that a vague law that permits them to keep those people detained for a certain number of months or days. The thing is like they are not transparent about the process that they used, what are they doing, where those people are gonna get detained, where they're gonna go. Not transparent at all. So what we are demanding is like we asking for more transparency on the process, and if they are really innocent on the charges that they've been charged to, we want them free.
What is the relationship between Gen Z Madagascar movement and the rest of the country and the citizens of Madagascar at the moment?
We agree on the fact that we need more on the situations of electricity, water, education for everyone in the country.
Right. Is the country sort of in support of the military president, Colonel Michael, or is it, a different situation? Or do they have as many questions just like you do?
No, they're pretty neutral. But recently, there have been some movements into some rural areas of the country for the prices of the rice that have been rising. The main thing is like they're neutral about the reflections on the current president.
Elliot Randiamandrato there, the spokesperson for the Gen Z Madagascar movement. In light of the recent arrests, the country's Justice Minister, Farinizoa Ernaivo, had this to say.
We were able to see their WhatsApp and Telegram conversations, and there are documents showing them planning their movements and the attempted coup they intended to carry out. And it is to investigate this relationship that these members of Gen Z were arrested. I would like to tell you that young people are being manipulated by politicians. It is no longer political convictions that drive them, but mercenary motives. I would like to tell young people not to allow themselves to be used in this way, because if your convictions are genuine and you stand by them, the Republic of Renewal allows you the freedom to express yourselves and demonstrate freely. You are able to see this even if there weren't many people. But joining criminal groups that aim to kill and stage a coup is a crime.
Madagascar's Minister of Justice, Farinizoa Ernaivo. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Picture a family that once relied on money from abroad to pay hospital bills. That support has stopped and now they are borrowing, but loans are getting more expensive. That's the situation many African governments face today. A new report by One Data and the Rockefeller Foundation shows that African countries are now paying nearly twice as much to borrow as they did in 2020, with no cheap options left. For years, foreign aid helped fund hospitals and keep children in schools, among other essential services across the continent. But that support is also shrinking fast. Middle-income countries like Ghana, Kenya and Senegal are under the most pressure, struggling to pay back their high debt while trying to protect public services. In 2026 alone, African countries are expected to spend nearly $96 billion servicing debt. That's slightly more than the size of Tanzania's economy. I spoke to Ama Jampo, CEO of the Ghana Venture Capital and Private Equity Association, about why borrowing costs for African countries have risen so sharply in recent years.
I think Africa's issue has always been one of perception and also, being last on the ladder of priorities. And so we see the risk perception, meaning that we pay higher interest rates. And it's always been the case. It's not a new phenomenon. Africa has always had a risk premium in terms of cost of borrowing externally. And when we talk about foreign direct investment, it means that, we do pay more than the average because of the perceived risk of Africa. And that's something that a lot of African leaders are talking about more nowadays, but it's always been the case. And so with countries, seeking to pay attention to their own domestic matters, it means that, money is tight. And so there's less money available, generally speaking. And so with a crunch in money available, it means that you basically pay more for the money that you borrow. And so that is the case for Africa. And that's why we've seen such an increase in the cost of borrowing, because there's less money available because a lot of the geopolitics, wars in Ukraine, instability, people looking more inward, new administrations. The world has changed a lot, and so hence why Africa is feeling the brunt of a more expensive credit market.
Yeah, so you talked about perceived risk, but also you've talked about other factors that do not seem to have a lot to do with Africa. For example, Russia's invasion of Ukraine or the current, war, between US, Israel and Iran. Before that, there was the COVID pandemic as well. But if we are to just look at the perceived risk that you talked about, what's driving this perception? And when other countries or other creditors that would lend to African countries, what are some of the things that they use to determine what's high risk, what's not high risk in Africa?
Africa has a perception and narrative problem. I think we also need to take some of the responsibility that we don't have our own sort of credit rating agencies. And so generally speaking, a lot of the opportunities that are overlooked or misunderstood are generally determined by external operators. And so I think that there's been a huge debate and the calls for sovereign credit rating agencies to be set up in Africa so that we have more control over how we are priced in terms of debt. So that's part of the broader conversation around how Africa is perceived, how Africa is also managing its own narrative around itself, investment opportunities that are often maybe underrepresented or misunderstood or overlooked and therefore valued at the wrong price. And that is a fundamental issue that many of us are thinking about how to some of those things.
So you've talked about credit rating agencies, basically an organization that would assess your risk and whether you can pay what you want to borrow or not and develop some rating out of that. And the fact that African countries do not have that. You also talked about the investment opportunities in Africa being valued at the wrong price, but I'm just wondering, is it a case of being valued by the wrong people, given that you said we do not have the agencies that would be able to accurately maybe represent the value of the opportunity in Africa?
Yes, I think that's a big part of the problem. When you talk about the cost of borrowing, that is very much a fundamental issue. And so a lot of these things, we also need to take responsibility for tackling some of the issues that are long-standing, but not very beneficial to African economies and the region as a whole. And also when you talk about things like multilateral banks in the region, transparent sovereign wealth funds to manage our mineral resources, domestic capital mobilization, meaning that, the monies that we have within our borders, how do we leverage those? How do we create new investment pathways and new investment structures that can actually feed into the average business that needs capital that is affordable, patient and long-term to allow them to expand their already existing business that's primed and ready for growth. We need to look at all these kinds of things. But we also have a massive import bill across Africa. How do we improve the kind of processing capacity, productivity, capacity building, looking at how we industrialize, how do we process our own tomatoes, how do we process our own flour, how do we process and refine our own oil? These are all things that are imported into Africa. And then, we see that we are subject to a lot of inflationary pressures that are imported from external countries that if they are hit by some kind of shock or an issue like the wars that we've talked about recently, it quickly impacts African markets and economies. And so the piece about our own domestic, local solutions is really, really relevant when we come to conversations around why it is that Africa needs to move towards a post-aid economy, a post-aid paradigm and mindset so that we can actually take control more of our capital and our resources in a way that can be more inclusive for the average African citizen.
So let's look at what this increase in the interest rates and the cost of borrowing for African country means. Governments are trying to fund public services or build infrastructure, roads, hospitals, that kind of thing. But what does it mean for them when we say that the cost is too high? How does that translate?
Well, I think one of the things that we've seen is also maybe an over-reliance on foreign direct investment, foreign debt. I think at this stage with the global development financing landscape, the global, geopolitics that we've seen with conflicts and, COVID and all the crises that we've seen impacting Africa's economies negatively, we do need to have a shift in the way that we are looking at our interests as African nations. And so I think we can't do that without really taking multilateralism very seriously, really looking at how we look at regional integration under the Africa Free Trade Agreement. How are we actually going to move more of our attention towards the often overlooked domestic capital that we sit on? Mm-hmm. So Ghana, for example, has 8 billion in pension funds from the average worker going into pension funds. Less than 1% of that goes into alternative investments like venture capital, like small business expansion financing. These are all opportunities for us as policymakers, as practitioners in finance, to move more of our domestic capital into the real economy through funds that invest in businesses and manage businesses for long-term expansion, long-term growth, long-term tax increases and payments through long-term employment, salaried, sustainable jobs. These are the things that more African countries need to look at beyond the traditional reliance on aid and beyond the traditional reliance on foreign direct investment. We do need to look at how we leverage our own mineral resources, our own human capital, our own business and investment and private capital markets to really turn around our economies in a more sustainable way. Mm-hmm. We know that all of the benefits of aid are overall, it's not necessarily been the most effective long-term strategy for African countries and nations and economy. So we need to sit down and analyze what has come to pass. Big aid is over, and so we need to really look at how we can leverage this current opportunity to elevate the domestic capital mobilization conversation. And that also means, traditional sources of investment like the philanthropies, like the foundations, like the development finance institutions, like the multilaterals, the banks in the region. We all need to get back to the drawing board and make sure that we are blending our financing structures, designing and introducing structures that actually can work for our context and really help us to achieve the long-term sustainable and inclusive economies that we are looking to achieve with a massive youth population and the crisis of unemployment that we are seeing.
I want to come back and discuss that domestic capital issue in just a moment, but I'm wondering whether at this stage, all of this, the fact that, borrowing externally is becoming very expensive for African countries now. If you're walking, in the streets of Accra or Nairobi or Johannesburg, how might that affect you? Is it that there was some road that the government was building that is not going to complete, or they are going to complete at a very high cost? How disruptive is this to the common person?
Common person on the street will pay more for fuel. They'll pay more for car maintenance because of bad roads. They'll pay more for, fuel for their generators because the infrastructure project financing fell through because of the high cost of borrowing. I mean, these are all infrastructure projects that are on the shelf because the numbers don't make sense. It means that people are actually paying more for basic services. And again, that is where we do need to look very critically at our domestic capital markets, strengthening our ecosystems around how we support entrepreneurs that have the highest potential and the discipline and the most prospects for increasing and expanding their job creation and productivity prospects for their economies. And so I think that need the thinking that we're trying to also establish and promote and really get the local experts on the ground that have done this to do more and offer more of that expertise on the ground, which we do have. Technical expertise does exist. We do have funds that have been structured and created from local pension funds, for example.
When we talk about domestic capital, what actually are we specifically talking about? So you've talked about pension funds, which is people's pensions, being contributed centrally and perhaps invested somewhere. But are we talking about something else?
I think it's a two-pronged. We're looking at our human capital. I always talk about human capital because Africa is a nation of young people. And so we do need to keep the job creation, the sustainable jobs. And I'm not talking about jobs that are linked to political campaigns or short contracts.
Ama Jiampo, CEO of the Ghana Venture Capital and Private Equity Association. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. If there is a story happening around you and you'd like to hear it on our program, we are listening. So tell us about it on WhatsApp. Our number is +254 791 269 243. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk or find us on socials @BBC Africa. We'd also love to hear what you thought about today's episode. The producers were Ayuba Ilia and Chiamaka Dike in Lagos. Kiganse Shumba and Blessing Aderoba were in charge of the production, and Davis Mwasaru mixed it. Our editors are Priya Sipi and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Charles Gitonga, and we'll speak again next time.